aughts, and I think that's a pretty good starting point, and a pretty good indicator that I'm on the right track on moral aughts, an objective moral aughts, as a matter of fact.
Right, next subject.
Does somebody has Matthew Bell blocked?
Oh yeah, I do, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, too bad. Too bad for Matthew.
Too bad for Matthew. He blocked me, if it's any consolation.
He blocked you? I missed that. Did he block you? Or?
Yeah, I think he's blocked me. I don't even know whether I've got him blocked or not.
Well, he says in external chat that he says blocked.
Yeah, I think I left it a couple of days and he didn't unblock me, so I blocked him.
So can you guys hear that? It sounds like a water trickle in my room.
I heard something just then, yeah.
As long as it's not if it bothers you guys, tell me and I'll mute while I'm not talking. But if not, I'm just gonna leave it open.
I don't hear shit.
All right for now.
Yeah.
It's my fish tank. It got a little low on water, so the filters actually the water kind of falls into it now, so you hear it trickle.
Hmm.
I know what happened. It was in Xboxes. In the after party from Dogma.
Oh.
And he blocked me in the hangout. So, yeah.
Oh, was that the time? No, okay. No, I don't think that was the same time. I was in one with him, and he started blocking people who were in the hangout, and he was in Naughty's hangout, I think. Pretty terrible.
Yeah, yeah. He destroyed the hangout, and eventually Xbox had to kick him.
Yeah.
He does that. He dominates the shit out of the hangouts.
But if you want to let him in, I'll unblock him if you want me to install him for 20 minutes.
Nah, not at all.
Yeah, no, I'm not putting up with that shit anymore. A couple of people have been blocking me recently, and I was just like, well, I tell you what, I could let it go. But I've decided not to anymore. Neo blocked me. Oh no, I blocked Neo, and then he blocked me, and then I thought, oh, that's stupid. Oh, no, I blocked Neo, then he complained about it, and I thought, yeah, fair enough, I'll unblock him. And then all of a sudden, because of that, I started getting people blocking me. So I was like, oh fuck, I really fucked up there, didn't I? Yeah. I even had someone PM me, someone blocked me, and then they PM me to talk to me after blocking me. Go figure. People.
Sounds about right.
Still. You haven't lived unless you've been blocked a couple of times.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's blocked me yet.
Really?
At least
I don't think.
Okay, yeah, hang on a second. I'll do it now.
I hate to insult you, Jim. I barely know you, but I feel like if you haven't been blocked at least once, you just haven't said anything interesting.
Yeah. That sounds right.
Hey, Maximus. I'm just about to invite Arcane.
I think I'd probably would qualify that actually, Seth, by saying you haven't said anything interesting to somebody who doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or to somebody that disagrees with you. Mm-hmm. Why is everyone gone off? Do you want to give me mods here? Or what?
I will.
You can't sort your room out, man.
Hey, just a second, guys. I'm typing in the names manually so I can give the loud invite to contentious people.
What's going on?
Just a second.
Yay,
Oh, hey.
contentious people. I love contentious people. Hey,
Go ahead.
hey, quick question. Can somebody invite this guy, what's his name? Oh, Christian Angel of Death. He seems pretty awesome.
Christian Angel of Death.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's
I think it's.
he's the dude who did that Wyatt Family-esque video, the one with the pig mask, and in a very slow and shady voice was like, J.D. Kane, that kind of shit. It was actually kind of funny. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Are you saying it's another nutter theist?
Yes, it is.
If somebody could link me to his profile, I could totally invite him, but otherwise he doesn't pop in the list of people.
You know who'd be fun to have in a hangout?
Who?
Creationist Cat.
That he would be pretty fun.
If any of you don't know who I'm talking about, just go on YouTube and look for Creationist Cat.
So guys, here Kelvin is gonna probably have a debate on the Dark Peasants with somebody.
Say again. I missed. I was doing something else.
Ken Hovind is going to be having a debate with somebody on the Drunken Peasants.
Oh yeah, I heard it for that one.
Yeah, people can't.
Yeah, yeah, I think neither the Drunken Peasants nor Kent Hovind are qualified to speak about science.
Yeah, but I think it will be somebody else. They will innovate a scientist there, I think. Probably the one who's talking to G-Man.
What? G-Man?
Yeah.
Sorry, is there a scientist talking to G-Man?
Well, there was, yeah. On Drunken Peasants.
Scientist
More
talking
like-
to G-Man.
More like the king.
Let me just get this concept right. You're saying that a real scientist actually spoke to G-Man?
Yes.
Well, is that
Right.
so hard to believe?
What, a
Fiona
real
did.
scientist? Like
Well,
somebody
Fiona-
that's educated? Talking
Fiona's
to
spoken
G-Man.
to G-Men, and she has a PhD, and she's published peer-reviewed literature.
Cognitive dissonance there, though. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
She's a theist.
Oh yeah. Hey, are you saying theists can't?
Thank you, Seth. Or
You
maybe that
bastard.
was Adam, I don't know.
No, it's Seth.
I'm not sure if Maximus did that on purpose. It was beautiful.
I think he does.
No.
He usually takes my jokes and makes them into something funny. I wouldn't be half as funny without Max.
I'm very good as a straight man,
You are.
and not half bad as a gay man.
Seth. Yeah. No, I was implying that anybody with half a brain is going to sort of stop talking to G-Man after the first sentence.
Well, he was kind of forced. Had
Was
had him chained up.
Ah, I see. He wasn't a proper scientist, because obviously a proper scientist could have got out of being chained up. Probably would have
That's
had
the only way you could have talked to him. Yeah.
some acid on him or something to burn through the chains.
The first time I talked to G-Man, one-on-one, or actually talked to him, it was on Skype, and he called me a baby Satanist.
He's very, very intuitive, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Unique insight into humans.
Unique.
Very unique. Borderline special boss kind of unique.
Yeah, I don't know. Borderline 6th grade, I think.
Yep. You guys know why Nadia didn't have a hangout, by any chance?
Who has?
Why Nadia did not have a hangout?
I think she wanted to come in yours.
Yeah, although she's still in the last hangout because she was passed out.
I noticed that, yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot to ask her why didn't she have a hangout herself.
Can I get mods too? Oh, I have mods.
Are you gonna give?
I'm going to kick Max now, so he can't get back in with mods.
I'm not even
Atheist.
He's a theist. Why are you giving mods to theists? You're not a proper atheist, Art.
So I can pretend to be fair.
There, I just gave. There, Simon, you have mods now.
Oh,
I just said I don't need mods.
I already had mods. What are you
Oh,
talking about?
Simon,
Yeah, he already had mods. I give it to him. You lying theist.
I'm an
You.
atheist. All the atheists have mods, don't you know that?
Oh, I see.
It's in the Bible. It's in our atheist religious Bible.
Right. I can't believe I haven't gone around to reading that one yet. Oh, well, maybe after I go around to reading my own Bible.
Yeah.
For the Book of Titus.
Even I know what's in the Book of Titus now.
Yeah. Everybody now knows that the Book of
Demon.
Titus is a load of pants. It's fucking funny. It's Paul missing the fucking point. And it just couldn't be like, oh yeah, Paul's a very intelligent man. Yeah, but he doesn't understand paradox. Okay? No fucking idea.
Oh, are you referring to the part where it says, I'm trying to remember. No person from such and such a place can be trusted, and he was quoting someone who was from such and such a place.
Indeed.
Oh.
Oh, that. Oh, I don't think he was quoting it in an absolutist sense. I think he was just saying, look, there's this famous person who's pretty clear that people from this point of place are pretty dishonest.
Yeah, you can interpret it that way if you wanted, I suppose. Or you could interpret the way it actually kind of is pointing at,
Yeah, yeah.
which is
can
anybody
interpret
that
that way if
says,
you want.
"Oh,
Yeah, you can interpret it the bad way or the true way that we have.
No,
Well,
that's
or you could just-
interpret it
or
that
you
way.
could
Well,
Or
the
you
more
can interpret it the correct way.
or
I'm
you
just,
could just
no,
look at
actually,
it."
I'm just giving it a very charitable
Or you
interpretation.
could just look at it as a perfect statement of the paradoxical situation that exists within mathematics. I mean, you could look at it that way.
Well, it's kind of
Or
like
you could
interpreting
look at it as that one of the hardest philosophical questions to answer. Or you could look at it as everything is subjective. I mean, there's so many ways to look at it, but the way you suggested just doesn't seem plausible to me.
Could be cooking instructions for a souffle.
Ah, I hadn't considered that one, Jim.
Yeah, you didn't say
You
that
don't
one,
have
did
the
you?
Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
It's been
Yes.
revealed to me in such a way I can be certain.
I can be risen like a souffle.
Oh, here it is. Every one of their own prophets has said, Cretans are always liars, even evil brutes, lazy gluttons. This testimony is true.
Cretans
Yeah,
are
that
always
sounds
liars.
That's
I am a Cretan and I am lying.
That's right. So all Cretans tell the truth, except the Cretan you're speaking to.
Yep, amphetamines.
And you don't see that as a philosophical statement, rather than some kind of comment on the state of what Cretans actually are. It's Paul completely missing the point.
Well,
Completely
I
fucking
thought it
missing
was-
the point.
well,
He thinks
it's
it's
a
about
pro-
Cretans. Paul actually thinks it's about Cretans. That's the funny thing.
it's supposed to be proverbial. That's the whole. You weren't. No one except. So in the ancient world there were always kind of.
Paul thinks it's about Cretans. It's so funny.
It is actually about Cretans. It's the notion that Cretans are prone to tell tall tales.
Sure it is, yeah. They're known for it, in fact, throughout the whole of the rest of the ancient world. Whenever anybody mentions going to Crete, they go, "Oh, watch out." Do you think that's true?
Right.
Or do you think the thing about Crete
I think he was
the
referring to.
civilization that existed there?
Well, I think the point of the sentiment was just that Cretans have a. The point was that Cretans just have a propensity to lie. It's not the notion that all Cretans are always lying all the
Okay.
time.
No. So he's basically just being racist there.
Well, they were known throughout the Mediterranean as well. It wouldn't be about race.
No, they weren't
because
known
race,
throughout the Mediterranean. They were known as one of the highest civilizations.
Well, it wouldn't be about race to begin with because because even the notion of races is mostly an 18th century construct. It's not.
Okay. Sure.
It would.
You know the point I'm making there, though, don't you? I mean,
Yeah,
Cretans,
he was.
yeah, another nationality then. Okay. I mean, one way or the other, he's either dissing Cretans and generalizing that they're all the same, or he's trying to make a philosophical statement about paradox.
I'll go with the first one.
It seems quite clear that he's trying to say the first one, not the second one.
Yeah,
In
I'm
which
saying
case,
he's
he's
saying
a
the first
pretty bad person for generalizing like that.
Don't.
Right? So if I say to you, well, all theists, all Christians are delusional. You think that's a fair statement? You're happy being lumped in with all the other Christians that are actually delusional?
Well, from an atheist point of view, I'd consider that to be correct. I mean, we do
Would
have
you?
a. Yeah.
I don't. Even from an atheist point of view, I don't consider that to be correct.
Yeah.
Well, are we
But it's
believing in
it's
the
just
falsehood?
more of the immorality of your Bible, I'm afraid. Show the double standards that exist within it.
Maximus, we've talked about William Rose, some varieties of atheism before.
Right. I believe we have.
You're not necessarily delusional for being a Christian from the atheist point of view.
Let's see. One of them, a prophet of their own, once said that Cretans have always been liars, vicious beasts, and lazy gluttons. That testimony is true. Therefore, admonish them sharply so that they may be sound in faith, instead of paying attention to Jewish myths and regulations of people who have been repeated to the truth. To the clean all things are clean. To the clean all things are clean, but to those who are defiled and unbelieving, nothing is clean. In fact, both their minds and conscience are tainted. They claim to know God, but by their deeds they deny Him. They are vile and disobedient. All right. So, see, I'm not sure if Paul is actually mentioning the Cretans, I'm not sure if Paul is actually mentioning the Cretans insofar as they are Cretans, or the Cretans insofar as they're just non-believers. For this reason I left you in Crete, so that you might set right what remains to be done, and appoint presbyters in every town, as I directed you, on the condition that a man be blameless, married only once, with believing children. Let's see. For a bishop, on the condition that a man be blameless, married once, with believing children who are not accursed of licentiousness or rebelliousness. For a bishop, as God's steward, must be blameless, not arrogant, not irritable, not a drunkard, not aggressive, not greedy for sordid gain, but hospitable, a lover of goodness, temperate, just, holy, self-controlled, holding fast the true message as taught, so that you will be both able to exhort with sound doctrine and refute opponents. For there are also many rebels, idle talkers, deceivers, especially the Jewish Christians. It is imperative to silence them, as they are upsetting whole families by teaching for sordid gain what they should not. One of them, a prophet of their own, once said, Cretans have always been liars, vicious beasts, and gluttons. That testimony is true. Therefore, this is weird. He's going from Jewish Christians to the Cretans in general, and then going to unbelievers.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a better look at this book of Titus.
Well, you can see why it wasn't included, can't you?
Huh.
You know, it seems so straightforward to me to be a perfect expression of an old paradox, which had been known about for a long time. and in fact is very important in mathematics. And it seems like a perfect expression of it, and it seems to be completely missed in the kind of explanation of what this guy's saying. He just seems to miss the point completely. And I'm just saying, you know, if it seems, obviously in hindsight, it seems that way to us because we are very well aware of this paradox, the importance of it. And obviously, you know, somebody without mathematical training is not going to know that. And clearly, Paul didn't have mathematical training.
No, of course not. But
No
I think he was.
no one would expect him to in that respect. So
But I
it
don't-
seems strange that he's using this particular thing as something important, almost as if he knows it's important, but doesn't really know what it's about.
I'm going to get my study.
Which then says to me that it's not by divine revelation that he's getting these things.
I have a. I'm just going to grab my study Bible for a sec.
Hey, could I make a comment?
Please do, Alvin.
Now, if we want to get all crazy scientific with it, does the subconscious have any say in this? Like, we have our conscious brain, right? But is our subconscious thinking independently from our conscious? Like, is this where people pray? You know, there.
Probably. I don't know. I don't know about that last answer. Christian, what would you say? You haven't been in long. Perhaps you'd like to say something in the room.
What are we talking about?
Well, Alvin just asked the question, so.
Yeah, I'm talking about the subconscious. If we don't want to talk about God or whatever, does the subconscious, is that an independent thinking thing and separate from our conscious? So, you know, when you know them phrases like you got the mother's intuition, or you know, you feel like, man, something told me not to do that. You know,
would it really be correct to say that the subconscious thinks? I mean, I don't necessarily think that's the correct way to word it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm using the right vernacular with it, but whatever you would describe what that subconscious is doing is this sense of something. I felt this was a bad idea. Not necessarily that you were thinking through the process and it led you to believe it was a bad idea, but I'm talking about there's situations, and I'm sure everybody goes through this, where everything looks good on the surface. There's no evidence of anything being wrong, but still in your subconscious you're like, something's telling me not to do this. What would you describe as that scientifically?
Well, I couldn't be able to answer.
Well, the proverbial instinct as to whether to do a thing or not, or whether to believe a thing or not. Now, if you're talking, are you talking more so in terms of reacting to others, or merely circumstances around you?
No, I'm talking about every once in a while. I can't speak for everybody, but I'm sure most people experience this, where you might want to go out one night, right? And there's no evidence of anything that will happen bad. It's not like you saw on the news and there's going to be a thunderstorm outside or something. There's no evidence of anything bad happening to you. So you have no real reason to suspect something bad. But yet you'll stop and pause and be like, something's just telling me not to go out tonight.
That's just normal paranoia. We all have that.
I think I did some work into this, and apparently there's a very interesting interpretation. It says false leaders also exhibit certain characteristics. They, 1, upset rather than reconcile, have an eye for personal profit, lack discipline and integrity, and misjudge reality. Here setting up external laws when the uncleanness is internal and our immoral bad theology leads to bad behavior. It seems when Paul is quoting Empedocles as a prophet of their own, as Cretans are always liars, evil beasts, lazy, things of that nature, I think what he's doing is actually interpreting Empedocles as being a prophet and warning Titus in his search for people to serve as presbyters and bishops that look out for this, because this might come and bite us in the ass. I think he's treating Empedocles as somebody who is an expert of sorts when it comes to the Cretans. Like, he doesn't consider him just to be some kind of philosophical expert. He considers him to be a prophet, which might explain why it moves all over the place. Sorry, this just refers back to our Titus discussion earlier.
I'm sorry, I completely lost all of a sudden. I'm like, what?
Just think that points to, I just think that points to Paul not understanding the subject. He doesn't understand Empedocles, obviously.
I didn't mean to break up. I didn't mean to break up y'all conversation what y'all was talking about, but you said it was some kind of random occurrence of paranoia.
No, I said it's just general paranoia. Most people have that. I mean, everybody has different levels of anxiety and what have you. Now, the reptilian, so to speak, part of our brain, we do have very different instincts that go back to our mammalian roots, and there are certain things that can trigger that. It's not any, like, big deal, really. It's basically just standard human paranoia. Everyone suffers to some degree or another. You know, there are times when you're sitting there talking to a doctor, and they will tell you, actually, you're just being paranoid.
So it's just, but you know, usually, I don't know. I would suspect something to trigger that paranoia. Like if you told me, hey, let's go out tonight, but there's gonna be a tornado or a thunderstorm, then that might trigger my paranoia. Like, you know what? I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about this thing that could potentially happen, so I'm paranoid. You know what I'm like? I'm consciously.
No. That would be a specific paranoid, and that'd be triggered. But there is untriggered as well. Many people suffer similar things pertaining to like social anxiety and this kind of stuff. There's also a lot of people out there that are very sensitive to things like electromagnetic fields in their environment or what have you, which is basically from ungrounded power lines and these kind of things, whether it be inside a house or outside, and that can also trigger that too. But these are aren't things that you are consciously aware of. These are only things that affect your subconscious. So what happens is on the subconscious level, you have that kind of like, I don't know, feeling for no good reason. And the thing is, what I've found over the course of my life is that if I ignore these and go out, nothing happens.
Right. I mean,
it's all just this, you know, for no reason. It's just nerves.
Yeah. So you're saying, I think you said something about you're neurologically. There could be the electromagnetic. I'm probably using wrong ideology.
No. Varied things like and I gave the example of it as electromagnetic fields. There are a lot of people that are very susceptible to areas where there's just a lot of electromagnetic energy in the area. And this would be things like ungrounded power outlets, this kind of stuff, or power surges in the household, and these kind of things. And these things just naturally make people paranoid. Go ahead, Simon. Sorry.
It can also be things like diet-based or sleep-based, just lack of sleep, or something you've eaten, a particular chemical you've had, you know, the heat of the day, the humidity. All of these things can be subtle things that our subconscious, or actually our conscious mind, if we could be bothered to pay attention, picks up, and they affect our moods, and those moods are what we tend to think of as being the influencing factors on our decisions.
I've also, apparently the origin of the phrase was not intended on being a paradox. It was part of a poem that Empedocles...
Like 3 different conversations here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
two different conversations. I'm in both.
I'll continue in the group chat. How about that?
The other thing is...
Don't bother, Maximus.
Another thing to try and keep in mind is that our subconscious mind makes connections that we don't make consciously. And a lot of these goes back to things in childhood and this and that. For example, if it's a situation that, you know, there was one time when you were very, very young enough that you wouldn't remember, that there was a glass on the table towards a certain situation, and it happened to be in that position when you burned your hand on the stove as a child or something like this. Just walking into a room with things in the right kind of configuration like that can give you one of these kind of like things, and you'd never necessarily even know why.
You know, so it seems like the subconscious is just basically instinct, because it seems like animals are solely acting on subconscious.
Well, it's a good portion of that, so to speak, is instinct. But instinct in and of itself isn't necessarily enough to explain the thing that is referred to as the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind basically would hold the things that you don't normally have access to. For example, just to give you an example, when you sit there and you look at something, your brain pulls in a lot more information than is actually actively processed by the receptors in your head to basically say, okay, we're going to take this image and process it. Well, when it processes that image, like 80 to 90% of that image is thrown away as being unneeded. Most of the stuff like in the peripheral, this and that, unless you directly draw your attention to it, you're not going to even notice it. But the information from that peripheral vision is drawn in. Although you don't tend to process the majority of that information, it's still technically there. And this information, your subconscious is able to respond to it before the conscious mind can. This is why, you know, that little bit of movement in the corner of the eye, boom, there you go. That kind of thing.
Now, can I say this from a evolutionary standpoint? Now, I know you said that a lot of times you get them feelings and usually nothing happens, but maybe that was developed when roaming around worrying about saber-tooth tigers and mammoths running around.
Yeah, some of it does. Yeah, this is part of. They've stipulated that evolutionarily, this is part of why we tend to be a little bit paranoid as people. Just some people, that particular pattern recognition portion of the brain's incredibly hyperactive.
Yeah, because it's like it's kind of like this thinking of ahead thing, because you know you roaming around the plains of Africa, you got all kind of deadly creatures. You don't got no guns or anything, so you almost kind of have to think ahead to survive almost in that kind of environment. No, so it might be leftover residue from that kind of living.
Yeah, something that hasn't been outbred, essentially.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I wanted to do with the subconscious thing. I know I totally changed the conversation coming up in here.
That's all right.
What was y'all talking before? I know y'all was talking about some early Christianity stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, but this would be a good time for Epi to jump back in on that one, because, yeah.
Max is gone now, unfortunately.
The anarchist is here, though.
What was he saying, though?
I don't know. We didn't get to the nitty-gritty of it.
Okay. Because, you know, Maximus is the philosopher.
Yeah, in a way.
This is the philosopher. He's the only person I've known to go to school for philosophy. I think I asked him, I was like, how do you, like, you know, when you go to school, how do you, when you major in philosophy, I think the only job for you is to be a teacher.
No, actually, you end up getting a job at Starbucks.
Well, if you got a philosophy degree, you can go a little further the chain, you know.
I mean, the thing is, realistically, in this day and age, what a person goes to college for has nothing to do with their actual profession ends up being. It's just the sign of the times.
Well, I feel the times are changing. We're getting back to degree-orientated learning, or work-orientated degrees, I should say.
But see, here's the problem I have. If I've went through 12 years of standard education, why in the world am I taking core curriculum classes when I go to college? If I don't want to be a mathematician, why am I taking math courses if I want to be a historian? Or you know, it's like that kind of stuff is probably crazy.
I would say it's generally a good idea to be able to know how to do math.
Yeah, there's very little you can't do in the world without math.
You've had from first grade to 12th grade to get that down packed to where you can function.
Whoa. It's not. It may all fall under the umbrella of math, but there's different nuances within there. You know, you weren't learning about geometry and, you know, the Pythagorean theorem when you were in first grade. You were learning about counting. and combining numbers.
Senior. I'm talking about by the time you're a senior in high school, you've pretty much went through unless you want to become a mathematician or a physicist or a rocket scientist, you've pretty much got the basics as far as functioning in society.
Well,
Mathematics isn't really.
I think
Mathematics
everybody-
isn't really simply about the basics of learning to add, subtract, multiply, and divide.
No, I think everybody should at least be able to do calculus and trigonometry. That should be.
I mean, ultimately, mathematics is basically the foundation of how to logically think your way through things and do problem solving, whether there are numbers involved or not.
Exactly, but you've had that for 12 years.
And some people still can't do it.
Just,
That's the
just
point.
become a drug dealer. Just become a drug dealer. You'll learn how to count.
So that's what I'm saying. It's more than just counting.
It's like right now, I took algebra and geometry in high school. I don't remember any of that shit. Like, the equations, all of that. I don't remember any of that now. You know.
That sucks.
The thing, well, whether you remember the equations or not, you still technically use it on some levels. Because, as I say, it's not merely just the numbers that you're learning. You're learning a logical process, how to go from point A to point B and try and figure things out. You don't need the numbers. You don't need to be applying it as math. You don't even necessarily need the formula. But this is the rudimentary, how do you sit there and figure things out?
You're talking about it sharpens your deductive reasoning.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Mental weightlifting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because you go from, here's this, you have your simple numbers, and you get to numbers that don't exist in the real world. You start getting, like decimals and fractions and all this kind of stuff. And then you move, so you're getting the things more abstract. And then you're getting to formulas in which there are these variables that you don't know what they are, and you have to try and figure out what they are. So this is kind of the rudimentary foundation, so to speak, for trying to reason through things and doing the rational thinking, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at like you got some of these astronomical numbers. You usually start getting to those numbers when you talk about the size of the universe. Like they got this number. I know you heard like the Google and the Googleplex.
Yep.
Like a Googleplex is a number with a Google of zeros behind it. Like that's just an insane. I don't think that could fit in our universe. That number. I don't think that.
Sure it could.
It just
I don't think you can have a Googleplex of anything in the universe. I don't know if that could fit in the universe. Well, maybe.
Yeah, sure you could. Scientific notation.
10 to the 120. It's 10 to the 120 protons.
Because we're talking about a number. No, it's a number with almost infinite zeros behind it. Like a Google is a number with 100 zeros
there are
behind
bigger
it.
numbers. There are bigger numbers.
Yeah, it's not a like an infinite. That's the thing. It's not like infinite. It's
There's something
in
called
fact, it's the
Graham's
opposite of it.
number.
Yeah, it's a number.
It is finite. I mean, it's finite, but I'm just saying, you got a number with 100 zeros behind it, and then you have a number that has as many zeros as that number with 100 zeros behind it. Like that.
It's big. We know.
It's a big number, yeah.
It's fucking big.
But I can think of a bigger one.
Yeah.
Graham's number.
I mean, you could always add on to it, but
Graham's number.
It's,
just go and find out what Graham's number if a Googleplex impresses you. That's a
What's a
four-dimensional number.
I
See,
mean,
I
but
don't
the-
know what that means.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you were,
That means
how
it's
many
big.
atoms are there in the universe? I'm sure a Google would seem really small in comparison.
It's not actually.
I
They're
think.
not that far dissimilar.
No, I think you could fit a Google. There's a Google of atoms in the universe, but a Googleplex of atoms,
Yeah, sure. Probably just in one star, heck.
not a Googleplex.
Oh,
You'd
yeah,
be
Because
sure.
I think there's only a couple trillion in the Earth. atoms altogether.
Right.
You know
I think it's
do you know
around
how
100
small the Earth is?
I think it's around 10 to the 120. I'm going to check it now. Atoms in the universe. It's protons you measure. Protons. No, it is atoms. No, it's protons.
You know what? There might be a Googleplex in the universe now that you just said that. I mean, atoms. Okay, let
And
me see.
even
How
then,
many,
atoms isn't the best one. You know, things like quarks and what neutrons, something like that, probably better. But
there's no way a Googleplex. It says there's in the visible. Well, it says the visible universe. 10 to the 78. 10 with a 78 zeros behind it. Atoms.
70, 70. Did you say 10 to the 70?
Yeah, 10 to the 80.
Okay.
Well, I'll say 10 to the 80.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. That sounds about right, yeah.
But that's just visible, and then you have beyond that, where the the light hasn't quite reached us yet in the sky.
Yeah, they say in the
It doesn't
visible
include
universe.
all particles, yeah. I mean, it doesn't include neutrinos or whatever.
It's also not going to include what we've seen in the deep fields and this kind of stuff through Hubble, concentrating on a little black spot for ages and ages.
Probably does, actually. Because the deep field
The
is
visible,
quite
the visible universe, when they use that term, they're not usually referring to the deep fields.
Right. Well, yeah, that's why they usually couch it as known universe. Known universe.
Yeah, but this one you said visible. And even then, it's just an estimate anyway around it.
Yeah, that's just an estimate, man. It's just big, man.
That's what she said.
Man, this is just ridiculous. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm looking up at this because I was looking at the end of the universe where they said all of the mass is just going to be reduced down to atoms. They're so spread apart, and it's just like,
radiation. Not atoms. That gets reduced to radiation.
And then it will start over again.
Well, we don't know. Speculation.
Speculation, man. Now, I was looking at some Earth.
If it turns out that the Hubble constant is indeed getting bigger, and it's not in fact a constant, then that's almost a certainty that the end of the universe happens in heat death.
I was they discovered that other Earth-like planet. I don't know it's like these Earth-like planets, man. It's like they're nice to discover and everything, but we're never going to get to them things, man. We're not even going to get a satellite to them things.
Never say never.
That's the great thing about science, We just don't. Never say never doesn't really matter to us. We just carry on anyway.
Because I'm talking about, like, I think the closest one is 1,400 light years away. It's like, even if we could go at the speed of light, it'd still take us over 1,000 years to get there.
Yeah.
Even if, like,
Hey, warp drive.
Hey, we're gonna need some. But see, that's what scares me, because let me tell you what scares me about aliens. If they had the ability, if they had
the music starts playing.
We're not going to let that go. Come on.
Look,
hang on. When you say aliens, do you mean green, grey, black, or what? Just so we get this straight. Are they Israelites?
Pink with purple fucking polka dots, who cares?
Whatever kind of creature had the ability to get to this planet, their technology is so far beyond ours. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of years for just to have the ability to get here. They're smoking us.
Not
necessarily they even got here.
To be fair, it only took me 1.8 million years, so that's not so bad.
Yeah. The thing is, I run into this kind of thing all the time. People make the assumption that if aliens somehow were to make it to Earth, that somehow they'd have to be so much more advanced than us, and that's not necessarily the case. They not only do they not have to necessarily be more advanced, they could actually be more primitive. They could be getting here on an asteroid that's essentially the partial remains of whatever their homeworld that might have been destroyed could have been. They could have gotten here the slow road, and it could have taken them a long, long time to get this far. It could be a multi-generational kind of thing. I mean, people always assume like, oh, you know. Then there's a matter of what aspects of their technologies have they actually focused on. We might be more advanced than them militarily, for example. There's also the possibility in a kind of scenario like that they might have had one technological jump that just, you know, instead of taking a proverbial right turn toward figuring this out, they said, okay, and they just figured out how to fold space.
You just brought up an interesting theory. I think there are some.
I thought it was out of a science fiction novel, but carry on.
Oh, it is, but yeah.
No, but you said something. I do know. Are there asteroids with atmospheres around them?
There could be. We don't necessarily know whether there are or not, but it's conceivable.
Because it would take.
It's also conceivable that, you know, some kind of alien race could figure out a way to, you know, basically live in domes or something like this, where they're still somewhat encapsulated.
They could be really, really small.
They could be the size of your thumb, and we'll enslave them because everyone wants a terrarium with a thumb-sized alien in it. Yeah, you're breaking up real bad, Alvin.
It's a good point, but...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
A little bit better.
Yeah, I think the first alien we find will be some kind of plant or bacteria thing. If we
We
find
already have, technically.
Oh, what?
There were a number of small meteors that hit that we believe to have originated around about Mars that had small striation marks on them that that appeared to us like they might have been made by primitive bacterial life forms.
That's actually been debunked now, Shadow.
That one has been.
Yeah.
I know that it was contested, but has it actually been debunked?
They went back and found the lab had used the wrong kind of electron microscope analysis, and they used a different particle which could easily have done that and changed the structure of the material. So gold particles to look at it or something silly. I can't remember exactly now.
Right now is Europa. I think they're gonna find something on that thing. That moon over there by Jupiter. I think they're gonna find.
We're up to the same point, aren't we? We're up to finding water on Mars now. So, yeah, surely we're not too far away now.
Yeah.
I think Mars is. I don't think nothing's on Mars. I think there might have been something on there at one point, but.
Yeah, you're kidding me. Have you not seen the face on Mars?
Yes, I have. Up close and personal, it does not look like a face.
And what about the monolith? They made a documentary about the monolith, right?
Good grief.
You know, we need to find
Yes,
this
and there's a show, and
Sasquatch before we look for aliens.
I was going to say, and there's a show called Finding Bigfoot, and strangely enough, they still haven't.
No, you know what? There's one it was on History Channel.
Size 13s.
And they reviewed that famous Bigfoot tape where he's walking and look back. They did all the analysis on that. The dude said there's no way that's a human. Like he marked all the dimensions of his arms, the length of his arms, how he's walking. He said that thing is not a human. Like they did all the analysis on it. You know, hey, I'm putting
you get some pretty strange babies born down south
You
there.
approach it with a cognitive bias, and you have somebody that's potentially just wearing a suit that they made, you're going to come up with interesting results.
No, it was like here's the problem. That thing was 7'4". Now it's not impossible to find a 7'4" guy and put him in a monkey suit.
Actually,
or find someone who is 5'10"
and insist that they're 7'4".
But I'm talking about how it was walking. It was somebody 7'4". And then the problem was he then talked about what if he has on a mask. If that thing was wearing a mask, then the human's eyes would have been where the nose was, based off the dimensions of the head. So
have you ever bought a mask where the eyes and the mouth are in the same spot, where they are on your face? It's not a Halloween mask. They're not going trick or treating.
We used to in the UK. There used to be, I think, a program called "It's a Knockout," and they used to wear these big rubber like man suits with massive heads on, and the hole for the eyes was at the chest.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's impossible, but he measured all this, and the way it was walking.
It doesn't matter what he says, though, Alvin. It doesn't matter what he says. Yeah, you got to be. You got to challenge these things that people say. Is the point?
But they gave you the diagram. I mean, it wasn't what he was saying. They
Alvin,
gave you the.
Alvin, is there any part of this that your conclusion is based on your judgment?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not conclusive unless you can have a Bigfoot in a lab. I mean, it would be speculation. But based off his breakdown, and you can see the breakdown, he gave the measurements of what this, you know what I'm saying? So you would need a 7'4" person who's wearing
you would need what you would need, and somebody is telling you something and you're accepting what they're saying. I'm not saying that anything you've said is wrong. I just don't think that I think you're drawing a conclusion that's incomplete of a reason to come to that conclusion.
I don't remember anything that was in that footage that would actually indicate scale.
No, what I'm saying is I'm not going just by what he says. He gave a diagram and an analysis, like you could see how he's coming. It's not like he just.
I'm assuming you understand what the point being made is, Alvin. I know that you're holding on to this, and maybe you have a reason to. I'm not saying you don't. You can. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying it's that it sounds like there's a level of persuasion that's gone on here.
No, at the end of the day, it's inconclusive still. But what I'm telling you is, what was compelling to me is analysis in how I can look at how he came to these things. It's not like he just said it and then that's what it is. He ran the tests and put it in the computer and did like a computer diagram of this thing walking and said, well, if...
And it starts off with, if what we were told about this being about 7 foot tall was correct, we'll start with that. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I seem to have walked into some...
stupidity.
Interesting. Shit, look who's here.
I don't know what's going on.
Crap.
You want to give me like the short version and catch me up?
Well, I'm very
somebody
short,
watched some
so
stupid Bigfoot documentary and thought that it was reality.
Hey,
yeah, Bigfoot's not real.
It's still speculation. That was the most compelling
not real.
story Bigfoot I have ever seen. It was the most compelling case. The only way we can really prove Bigfoot is.
Well, what do you mean? Hi, Alvin. I'm JD. How you doing? I don't think we've met. What do you mean by Bigfoot?
I'm talking.
What is Bigfoot supposed to be? Is Bigfoot simply a giant hairy person, or is it a giant hairy orangutan? What is Bigfoot supposed to be?
I believe it's a giant hairy hominid. Factually, there was a Bigfoot walking around.
Sounds like a woman I dated once. But that's something different. Sorry.
Now, scientifically, there was a 7-foot bipedal primate walking around here maybe a couple 100,000 years ago. There was Bigfoot walking around. I forget his name. I'm going to get his name. Homo Megalodon or whatever.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Here's the issue.
It wasn't Homo giant shark, but
yeah. If I could, well, Alvin, the issue is that there would not be one Bigfoot. There would be a population of Bigfoots. That's how evolution works. So we would not find a single Bigfoot. We'd have this entire population of, well, unless they're dying out, you'd need maybe 2,000 at least breeding pairs. Probably quite a bit more spread out over an area, and. We really don't have any confirmed sightings of these things.
Bare minimum, even with controlled evolution, in which you're sitting there charting who they're interbreeding with, bare minimums. Even then, you're dealing with at least 101.
Yeah, I mean, if you're eugenically breeding Bigfoots like dogs, like there's some laboratory out there who's been doing this for a few thousand years with no one noticing. Unlikely in the extreme, but what the hell? We'll fly it off handle. Like I said, you still have a decent amount of them, and given that, I mean, the ocean we haven't really explored too much, but as far as land, we've kind of got all of the big species kind of nailed down. the ones that are large enough you can like see relatively easily. I mean, they're still running into new species of beetles and spiders and small, tiny things. But when it comes to the big stuff, the larger animals, we pretty much got them all mapped out. So somehow a 7'4" massive population of massive 7'4" hominids would go without notice is a pretty huge stretch.
There's a bigger problem
more
too,
likely
which is
hoax or just very large hairy guy taking a piss.
there's a much bigger there's a much bigger problem with the notion of this whole Bigfoot thing. Almost all the areas where people claim that Bigfoot resides are areas where there are a lot of hunters doing a lot of hunting, and statistically, there is no way that we would have gone all this time without somebody bagging one.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when people say they meet UFOs and they ignore the fact that amateur astronomers spend all their time looking up and yet find nothing. It's always, Joe Schmo, some idiot in a pickup truck going, "Oh my God!" In between the 30th beer, sees a UFO, is like, "Oh my God, it's going to kidnap us." So the fact that there are people who study life and are running through the woods all the time, and they're not finding these things is always an idiot who does. It's always some guy like, again, another guy out in a pickup truck out in the woods on his 30th beer going, "Oh, that looks like Bigfoot." It's just, it's not outside the normal possibility, but it's so unlikely that you should be very, very skeptical.
Here's the thing, though. This is what I can say factually, though. 1.4 million years ago, there was a 7'5", 8-foot bipedal primate walking around called Meganthropus. He was around.
Okay. I mean, I haven't looked it up, but sure, why not? They've died out. That's fine. They're
Thousands
fossil.
of years ago, there were all kinds of other organisms that no longer exist.
Yeah, I mean, 50 years ago, there were passenger pigeons. They're gone now.
Yeah.
Shit happens. I have no problem with them existing at one point. I mean, dinosaurs existed, and good lord, if we saw one of those today, we'd go, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
Well, technically we do in the form of birds, but I mean, the ones that were massive and ridiculous, we see a Brachiosaurus today.
And there are still people that insist this same kind of dinosaurs of, from that era exist somewhere in deepest, darkest Africa. And,
Wait a minute, 13. Now, how do you explain all the sightings of the Loch Ness Monster? There's no way to explain it naturally, therefore.
Guys, it's South America, not Africa. That would
Is
be
it? Is it? I thought it was deepest, darkest Africa that they used to make the claim about, that they'd come across some dinosaur, which after the description of it, we're like, yeah, that never existed. Dude, you fucked up.
No, not since Jurassic Park. It's all moved. They all emigrated to South America.
No, I thought that there was this old legend of some European explorers that supposedly came across some freaking dinosaur, and it was based upon a misidentification of bones that later they found out, no, actually that was a pteranodon. Sorry, guys, or something like that.
Now, y'all do got that 6'7" woman, Zana, that wild woman in Russia, who was all hairy and stuff. She actually had a son. Look at her son.
Have you got an email address, or have you got a link for her or something?
Oh,
yeah, what are we talking about?
Did she do webcam?
This with y'all. I'm on my type it on Google. Zana, wild woman in Russia. They found it.
Is she single?
No, she had kids. Like, they were having sex with this thing. It's incredible. She had a son and everything.
They were having sex with the thing.
Yeah. She had a son. They got a picture of her son. Like, is this true?
Did her son get her genes? Was her son also really tall and hairy? Or was he just like short and bald? Because that would have been hilarious.
DNA analysis on his skull, it came back inconclusive.
The analysis on his skull came back inconclusive?
Yeah, they got her son.
Like they didn't know whether or not it was a skull?
No, it turned out to be a foot, Jason.
Yeah, it could have been a pelvis. We have no idea.
What we thought was we were examining was his head, but it turns out it was his ass.
Happens sometimes.
Hey, look, man. Some of these hominids is still walking around here, man.
I know
I
am.
have one that does my taxes.
I'm saying somebody is seeing something.
Oh, here we go. Hang on. Wait. I've got your
Somebody's
article.
taking a
I've got
shitload
an
of
article
drugs,
here.
That's what I think.
After DNA analysis was done of the saliva that was provided, it was determined that Kokozana's ancestry was 100% sub-Saharan African, and that she was most probably a slave brought to the region by the ruling Ottomans.
Wow. So she was that's what it said she was sub-Saharan African?
Yeah. The stories about her weren't quite accurate, but the DNA results showed that, this was just the descendant of some sub-Saharan African slave that was mostly brought there during the age of the Ottoman Empire. A lot of the stories pertaining to it were inaccurate, and it wasn't a person walking around that they actually found.
Why did they say she was so tall?
Because it was published in the Daily Mail.
Did you see that?
The fact she can have kids, of course, when breeding with another human means that she's a human.
Did you see her that picture of her son? Though her son looked tripped out, man.
Yeah, too much inbreeding, you're going to look tripped out. It happens.
Yeah.
What happens when you keep it in the family?
Especially if your mama's ugly.
Man, people having sex with anything. Like I found out that human men were having a lot of sex with the Neanderthal women. I'm like, yo, times must
Yeah, man, that's sick, isn't it?
have been rough, man.
Shit. Mind you, back then they didn't have the internet, so there was a lot less porn around.
Hey, man.
The only porn they had were these little ivory figures with massive tits.
I saw this thing. They showed how the Neanderthals really didn't go extinct. Because at first they had this theory that we went up there and just wiped all of them out militarily. But what happened is they just engrafted into us, like, in having babies. Like, they diluted themselves into humans, basically.
It's more that their habitat disappeared.
Yeah, it's like a combination of that, and they was having like
Yeah,
human babies.
I think when some of them were probably supported by humans, and therefore were likely to be family members in some.
I mean, it was shown that some of the early hominids did interbreed, but
Yeah.
what of it?
Well, there was a baby found in Portugal, buried baby in Portugal, buried with ochre, which was Neanderthal. And it's kind of thought, well, not quite Neanderthal, a little bit Neanderthal, a little bit human. So it looks like they tried to interbreed. Why this child died,
So
maybe it died because they couldn't interbreed. We don't really know.
How did this subject come up?
Alvin was in the room.
Kind of random. Oh, okay.
I got a curious
He's
question.
brilliant, he's brilliant for just random topics and stuff. He's brilliant for
Yeah,
that.
I'll happily swing
However,
back to the
I
great
gotta
debate. I have a couple things I want to
I've got to actually pick on everyone for a moment there, because as atheists, we all not only know that Bigfoot exists in a manner of speaking, but many of us have talked to him.
Well, fucking hell, he heads the Illuminati. I mean, I see him at every.
No, I'm talking about Aaron Ra. You remember that, don't you?
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah.
You see him next to Jason
walking down the
Burns.
street. At one point, did one of these kind of things flag down a car. By the time he got to town, they decided that he was a Bigfoot sighting.
Wow, that's amazing because
Yeah,
he knows
did
our
you see the
savior.
video?
He knows our savior Matt Dillahunty as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, these are the Michael Jordans of atheism.
Yeah, he's not that tall.
Michael
Sorry about
Jordan.
that last little bit, guys.
Michael
Did you guys see
Already.
did you see the picture or the video of him next to Jason Burns? Aaron Ra?
Yeah.
I don't even,
Jason.
the Matt Dillahunty fanboys are worse than he is. Like the fan, but that's like,
What are you saying about Matt Dillahunty?
you know what? He's evolved into becoming a much calmer person now.
So let's, if you guys want, and I know I want to, let's talk religion.
Yeah, let's talk religion, JDK. Let's talk about
Silence,
that
children.
video. Let's talk about that video that I saw of you, or not you, but that guy that was talking about you.
Oh, the Angel of Death dude? What the fuck?
Yeah, who the
Angel
heck is
of
that?
Death.
I don't even know what to say about that. That's just so. The Christian Angel of Death, this guy in a kind of pig mask or something.
Did you nickname him that, or was that his
ranting at
name?
me. I have no idea. His name is like Christian Angel of Death, I think, something like that.
Awesome.
It was. I don't know what to say about that. That's.
Well, what did he say? What was his?
I'm sorry. You'll just have to watch it. It's insane.
I'm afraid to watch something like that. Yeah.
It was like an episode of Saw. All right.
Oh my
JD, God is gonna eat you. It was like that. Poe's law is in effect. I'm not sure if that's like legit or not, but I hope it's a Poe, because otherwise there's a madman out there who's like JD.
Yeah, me too. I think he's a Poe.
Hey, you know what's interesting?
It's so hard to tell.
You do have atheist rock stars. I say you have atheist rock stars. It's a new era. You they exist. Atheist celebrities for being atheists.
Yeah, there was a American football player just for those in the UK who might be in here, the not soccer, the other thing, American football player who just came out as secular, which is kind of a big deal. It's nothing you expect.
Are famous for being a Dillahunty.
Sorry, JD. There's a slight contradiction there. Does he understand what secular means, or is he just someone taught him the word?
This person's an atheist as well.
Okay.
They said
I was more referring
being
to a
secular
football
values.
player, but never mind.
Yeah. But apparently, football player come out as an atheist. Just always been skeptical, been a big fan of science, and that seems to be what leads to that. I was actually just mentioning to Outer Owl in a comment that it's weird. You think if Christianity is all about like evidence and reason, why is it so easy to break down non-believers by, like, say, where you live or certain disabilities you're born with? Like, high-functioning autistics are far more likely to be non-believers. Well, that shouldn't be the case. That should have nothing to do with it. It should be facts and evidence. You should have free will, free of causation, to just choose to believe in Jesus and save yourself. But yet it seems like people who are high-functioning autistic are born less likely to make the correct choice and are set to damnation. Yeah. And that's not including the good old-fashioned geography, which is you're born in Iraq, you're fucked. Most of them are going to hell just because they know that the real God exists, but that doesn't they don't act like they are suppressing anything. So
a weird one I heard was that schizophrenics are also likely to be atheist as well.
Yeah, I only know that could be true. I only know of high functional. Well, what used to be referred to as Asperger's people. Like my son, he's been an atheist since he was like 10. Just came to him. You could say it came to him naturally. Just like that's a bunch of silly crap.
Shit, that happened to me.
And his mom was raising him Catholic. It just didn't stick. Like, no, that's crap. No.
You saying I'm mental?
Sorry, Mom, that's silly.
You're basically saying I'm mental, JD. Do you realize that?
You're mental? Like good mental?
I came to atheism at 7, so.
Well done. I never came to it. I've always been.
I'm really.
As far as I was able to form beliefs, I wasn't a believer. Sorry, Alvin, you're just breaking up a lot. It's kind of hard to hear you.
The first time somebody said God to me, that was it. I went, God? What does that mean?
I think that's like a requirement to be an atheist. You have to actually someone has to at least propose some God belief to you first. Otherwise, you're a lactheist. You don't really have a belief.
Yeah. Well,
I no longer born an atheist.
You say again?
So I no longer go with the definition. There we go. Now we're kind of hearing you.
No, what I'm saying is I think there's a disconnect with atheists and religious people. When a religious person goes into
religious people are nuts. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm half kidding.
I think when like, for instance, when an atheist goes in a church or a mosque or whatever, he feels nothing. He's there. I don't believe in anything. Like, mentally, he feels nothing. But when someone that believes in it goes in there, they're getting some kind of mental stimulation. It's like a thing.
I would disagree. I mean, I feel uplifted. I like church. Obviously there are better things I can do, but I go to church and I'm like, it's pleasant. It's beautiful in there. One thing I'll give religion is that they're really good at making, churches are just freaking beautiful, most of them. Stained glass, ridiculous steeples and things.
In this country
and I feel something. I obviously don't feel any kind of like awe, like a revelation or feeling of the divine. I just feel generally pleasant, I guess. You know, like it's not like being in any nice building. Like, wow, this is nice. But I don't feel any special awe or anything.
Well, big spaces indoors as well will do that to you when you walk into the stadium.
Oh yeah, I'm near the Cincinnati Natural History Museum. It used to be a train station, and when you get in there, you look up, and the ceiling's like 200-300 feet up. It's like this huge dome. It's just like, that's awesome.
Yeah, and that's the same feeling I get when I go in the church.
Religious people mentally, like me, I'm religious, whatever, but it's like an indescribable thing. Like for example, when you go into churches nowadays, kind of plastic. You know, the feel of ritual stuff is not in there. Like I go to this church up here sometimes. Now, when you go in there, waving, you're chanting and stuff. You get it's a different kind of brain stimulant than just sitting in a pew and like a preacher is preaching. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think there's been a disconnect from that form of worship. It's a modern day thing where it's basically a motivational speech. That's why atheists might go to a church and be like, yeah, it's a motivational speech. Like, get out and work or something. But the element of the more ancient element.
Sorry, Alvin, did you say go out and murder someone?
No, I didn't say that. I was talking about get out and go out.
Oh, go out.
But I'm just saying the ancient ritualistic type of worship is kind of on today. That's why atheists can't sit up in church and be like, you know what, yeah, that was pretty good. It's basically a preacher now is a motivational speaker. I mean, that's basically.
Well, it's motivational. It doesn't have to be motivational. I mean, it can just be artistic. It can be creational. It could be anything. Just communication. Human communication. In fact, one of the things you notice when you start going to concerts is the fact that there's a unification which is more intense at the front of the stage than at the back of the crowd. All right.
Right.
I don't know. I've been to. I went to a Parliament gig once, right, where literally everybody in the entire fucking place was bouncing up and down in unison. It was just an amazing. It's a really small gig. I mean, it was like 1,000 people or something, right? But just everybody just up and down, packed into a room like you can't get any more bodies in there. Yeah, this is human connectivity on the mass scale.
It's like it is. Y'all, I really hate to use this word, but when you go into church, it's really, or not a church per se, but any kind of by yourself. But if you're engaging in any kind of spiritual ritual, it becomes almost like a high. If I get done, if I'm like going through a rough time, if I start praying, after I pray, I feel better. I don't know psychologically, whatever you can say, but
maybe calmer, pressure, that kind of thing. Yeah, this is my argument. You're exactly putting the reasons why I think that the religious feeling is more a question of chemicals in the brain than it is actually rationality. Okay, but wouldn't it be rational if every time I do this, I feel better? So I'm going to continue to do that. Yeah, that's what science says. Yeah, what you're doing is lowering your pressure, strengthening your immune system. Yeah, so it's like, from a rational standpoint, it's like, hey, every time I pray or read or whatever, I feel better. Yeah, every time you calm down and lower your blood pressure, your mind will feel a little bit less stressed. So I think that's the main reason. I think when it comes to, well, when I kind of atheist, it seems like the real problem is proselytizing. Well, I think that's the problem. Proselytize if you're an atheist. Just doesn't happen. I'm talking about where atheists have a problem with theists is when they start proselytizing. Oh, I see. Yeah, to some degree, you're right there. I don't think it's necessarily always crucial if it's done tactfully. then I can accept it to a point. But if it's done as a boring kind of, someone's just going to try and talk down to me, then obviously I'm not going to be interested.
See, I believe one day the Most High is going to come on to all of you guys and be like,
Okay.
here I am.
Yeah, and I think one day those chemicals will wear off, and you'll understand what we're talking about.
He's going to be like, yo,
Yep.
I'm here in front of you. Home. Y'all gonna come on home. That's why I'm not worried about it. That's why I don't be like the whole debate atheist thing. I used to do that real crazy, but now it's like I realize it. It doesn't work.
Yeah. You can only take it so many times.
I didn't ask, but Alvin, where are you on the spectrum? You atheist, theist, Christian, Muslim?
I believe in the Bible.
You're a Christian? Yeah, I'm hearing mumble sounds there.
I believe in the Bible.
Was that a yes to be a Christian? Well, I mean, what does that even mean, believe in I mean, I believe in the Bible. The book exists. I'm certain of it. What do you mean by believe in the Bible? I mean, what? In Protestantism, Catholic, what interpretation of the Bible do you believe in?
I would say I'm non-denominational. If that's what it is.
Right. That just makes things murkier. I mean, what is your position on, any of the major issues? Do you think the Trinity exists? Do you think Jesus walked on water? I mean,
no, but what I'm saying is I believed in Jesus dying for his sins and all of that. But the thing is, when you say you're Christian, you then have to go through the red tape of explaining. Well, no, I don't believe in that part, but I believe in that part. That's why I like to take things case by case. You know what I'm saying? I believe the Bible.
Right. See, would believe the Bible doesn't actually clarify things, because saying you believe Christian anarchist believes the Bible, but he's also not a young earth creationist. Outrout would say he believes the Bible, but is a young earth creationist. So they're both, one of them's taking an entire section of the Bible literally, the other one's taking an entire section of the Bible allegorically. So saying you believe the Bible doesn't really narrow down. I mean, I'll just ask more specific questions. Are you a theistic evolutionist, young earth creationist, old earth creationist? What's your position on evolution, Big Bang cosmology?
I really don't have a strong stance on evolution because I haven't really studied it, to make an argument for it or against it. So it's just kind of floating.
Okay. So you do or don't take Genesis literally?
Take certain elements of it literally.
Okay. Well, what elements? I'm sorry, your connection is just terrible. There, Alvin, I don't know how else to put it.
I'm not a young earth creationist.
That is good. They are wrong. It's good not to be wrong.
I believe in the Bible. I believe it's the Word of God. And then whatever issues.
What do you mean by Word of God? Like the words of God, like God wrote it, or that people who believe in God wrote it, or that the events are real? What do you... Inspired. So he didn't actually write it, but he inspired. Or all of the authors, or just some of them? Because some of them were just like Paul's letters were just letters to churches. I doubt they were inspired. It's about the Pauline epistle. Yeah, the Pauline epistles, I mean, they weren't really meant to be books of anything. They were simply letters to churches that were later added into what is now called the Bible. So I wouldn't expect those to be inspired. I mean, they didn't need to be. It's basically like talking religious politics of the time. Hey, church, you're doing this wrong.
God's words, because Paul, for the most part, quotes a lot of from the Torah.
True. I mean, Christians were basically just Jews who thought the Messiah had come. I really, in some sense, it still is. When I say most Jews were not convinced, but that's another story. Okay.
There's a lot of Christians who don't even subscribe to I subscribe to him. I actually know this one guy who just subscribed to the Synoptic Gospels and not the Pauline letters at all. So that's what I said. When you say Christian, it's like real. I subscribe to the whole book, but then you have other people that subscribe to the Apocrypha too. So it's it's like a case-by-case scenario thing with me. Like if you bring up a topic, I'll be like, oh yeah, I agree with that, or I'll be like, oh no, I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm gonna head off and do some other stuff. Nice talking to you, Alvin. Nice seeing you guys again. Talk to y'all later.
Yes, yeah.
Good. You there, Jonathan?
Yeah.
How have you been?
I've been fine. Interesting conversation. Don't really know where it went, but I couldn't really tell when he was agreeing with you or not.
Who?
I don't have the names up because I'm on mobile, but the guy you were, I think who just left. Maybe
Oh
someone
no,
else.
Alvin's still here. JD's.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, Alvin's just left.
Oh, psychic powers.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright, yeah. 1 second, I can switch back onto the
I
call.
think there must be another hangout going on somewhere.
I've been looking for them, like Nadia's hangout hasn't been on at all really today. Did she say why,
Yeah.
or?
Well, she was in here earlier and then left, presumably.
To make her own?
Yeah. Well, no, she didn't before. Because I haven't seen her hang up. So if it is, it's not live.
I guess, yeah. Is Art still on here? Is he still? He's on the call, but he's.
Are you here, Art? He disappeared a while ago. AKA for a bit. AFK for a bit.
That happens a lot on these calls.
Yeah.
Alright, so.
Off we go, kind of thing.
Sorry?
Someone else starts one up, and then you often get mass exoduses when that happens.
Yeah, being Jewish, that's sort of what happened to my religion, right? It's a bit depressing.
You still there? One, two. 1, 2. Guess it's me. 1, 2.
Damn iPhone can't do anything right.
It was you. Okay.
Yeah. Someone just joined?
Danger Kitty. Hello, Danger. Are you on mic?
Does someone need to broadcast?
Looks like somebody already has.
Not very talkative today, I guess.
I think Art must know. Welcome. Anyway, welcome. Are you there, Art, as well?
I think he's still AFK. Maybe this is a sign of the rapture. This Exodus.
Perhaps this is it.
Yeah, I mean...
Is this heaven, or did we go, or not? Difficult to tell.
No, it's a total troll. Realistically, it's heaven. It's meant for us, right? Because all the Christians go away.
Yeah,
all the
presumably.
proselytizing Christians, the ones who don't profess it.
Well, do we know? We worked out whether it's God having a sense of humor or not. Do we know?
Well, people can postulate.
Is it all the atheists that go to heaven?
Well, God's an atheist of a sort, right? He doesn't believe he was created. He kind of has the pride and ego that theists often attribute to us, right? Oh, you think you know everything. You think that just because sciences have figured out 100% of the knowledge that we have right now, that religion
No.
isn't more useful.
Sure. No, this room can be about anything. Art tends to make it about religious or philosophical discussions.
This one, I don't remember the title.
If
It
you
was.
have if you have a question or a subject, please write it in the side, and we'll try and crack on with it. That would be most appreciated. Hey, Ocean.
What's up?
Old pagan ritual around it.
Art. Live. Maybe.
You got a subject for us, Ocean?
Just
Not
any
really.
ideas? No.
We'd welcome one if you did.
No, I don't really contribute topics. I just yell at people.
Okay. Something you're particularly
Not so much
particularly
yell, but
interested
just
in. Yeah.
not so much yell as passively insult them.
What did you say?
Who are you talking to there?
Oh, Simon.
So much yell as passively insult them.
Oh, well, yeah, I do that too. Occasionally I yell, though. I yelled at Matt Bell yesterday.
Oh, did you? Oh, well done. Congratulations.
He said that he wouldn't talk to me anymore because I was an asshole.
Well, he's right on some points. I believe you do have one.
Oh, I just played his game with him. It was fun.
It takes a scientist to point that type of fact out. Damn it. Well.
Or somebody that's dealt with Matt Bell a lot.
Oh, we have Rev on now as well.
Hey,
Awesome.
Brother Rev.
What's up, guys?
Not much. Just looking for a topic if you have any in your head. I don't know.
Why, oh why can't the Yahoo Deems see?
I'm not sure why.
No worries, I was just talking to Pesach, and he drives me nuts sometimes. He drives me
I'm sorry if he does.
in a good way, in a good way.
Well, what was he arguing about? Or like, what was the discussion between you two?
It's private. I'm not going to go into it.
Oh, no, that's fine. I thought it was like a theological one. That's fine.
Oh, indeed, it always is.
It was a private Oh, that's deep stuff right there. A personal discussion about the Almighty. Ooh, all right.
Well, the fact of the matter is there are certain people in theological discussions that need to come together. One on the side of Yeshua being Mashiach, and others being on the side that Yeshua wasn't Mashiach, and they need to have a debate, like a hardcore, really deep debate, and that, yeah.
Well, I mean, that would be good for like the channel, but those do happen a lot. I mean, I find that the Jewish versus Christian debates are rather interesting a lot of the time, when they're between, famous rabbi, famous apologist.
Yeah, what I'm waiting for is a debate between Rabbi Tovia Singer. I'm sure you're
Okay.
aware of him.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Stephen Ben Danoon?
I know, actually. Stephen, his name Ben Danoon?
Ben Nun.
Ben Nun. Is he Jewish?
Indeed.
Oh wait, so
Famous.
is he, oh, I see.
Yeah, it's
Now,
the
that would be
same.
interesting.
It's the same name that the last name Ben Nun that that Yehoshua had, Joshua. So.
Nun, is that where the name for nuns come from?
Art.
Yeah, I can't really explain what Ben Nun, like Nun.
Son of Nun.
I know son of Nun, but I'm trying to figure out what Nun is. Nun is a person, or it's a Or it's a
Personally.
letter. I don't
Well,
really.
Nun in the Egyptian mythology, I think, is the creator. Nun, I think, is it? Oh.
No.
Maybe.
No, it's
Oh.
not.
Oh, never mind. Damn it, Ocean.
Stop knowing more facts.
Yeah. Hey, Ocean, by the way. Great victory yesterday.
Oh no, it was fun.
Who were you victorious over?
Matthew Bell.
Oh, I heard a little about that. Although I didn't hear about what happened.
We took him to task. We basically granted him everything except the whole, the cause has to be a mind thing, a personal being, and we presented alternatives that just as logically follow. And he was basically hand waving.
Well, that's a special type of argument where you can give in to most of the argument, and then that's awesome.
Basically, what he said was what I was saying, and he wound up saying he would not talk to me anymore.
Yeah.
I provided the Greek mythology creator, Chaos.
Okay.
It had a primordial being. It doesn't have a mind. It just has function, and it is out of chaos comes all things.
Well, it's a biblical-esque thing, really.
It would not function that way in the Bible because
No. What I'm saying is in the Bible when it says, and the Hebrew does translate to the world was empty and void. Also is chaos. I've seen it translated that way.
Tohu
Tohu, yeah.
Chaos is not empty, nor is
it formless.
It is both formed and formless. It is a contradiction. It is incomprehensible. But out of chaos comes all things, including the gods. So, yeah. So if you figure it into Jewish mythology in any way, or Christian,
it's
then
coincidental.
Yahweh Yahweh comes out of it. Yahweh becomes created by it.
Well, it depends, again, what translation you read of the Bible. I mean, I hear Christians a lot of the time saying that, in the beginning, so time, God created the heavens and the earth, so space and matter, but that isn't necessarily how you read it.
What does verse 2 say?
What? He said, let there be light, what? The earth, it was formless and void, and he said, let there be light, yeah. Let me get my my Bible, my Stone edition. It is on the first page. Yes, it's
like chiseled in stone. Fuck, that's extreme.
It's this one.
Got to unroll it.
I know.
Nice.
Yeah, it's such Jew, much book, very Hebrew. Yes. So yeah, the way that this translates it is a bit different. It says, in the beginning of God's creating the heavens and the earth, when the earth was astonishingly empty, with darkness upon the surface of the deep, and the divine presence hovered upon the surface of the waters, God said, let there be light. But that is a different way of looking at it, right? Because that doesn't really have God creating time. It just has God doing something at the beginning of time.
Right.
There's a concept of a gap here.
Of a gap.
That's how Christians kind of use it. Unfortunately. God of the gaps.
Well, God of the deep in this case.
Art.
Out of the gaps. One of my favorites.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, if you are a believer in the Christian God, you believe everything ties back to him. I think it's more a matter of how did he do it than him doing it, basically. Like,
Amen.
we know how, yeah, like for example, we know flight is possible, okay? We know flight, but now we know how to do it. We know how to do it. We just understand how in this universe to make things fly. Before we didn't know how to do that, so it would have been God of the gaps on how birds fly. That was God of the gaps for a while because we didn't know how he was doing it, but now we know how he was doing it. One could.
So you're saying that sort of religion and science are non-overlapping magisteria. So as soon as science explains something, it's no longer God.
Watch this. One could make the argument that science is a byproduct of religion. When people did this, they went from just saying the gods did it to being curious to how did the gods do it? How did they do it? So then you start getting this thing called experimentation, and then you start hearing about wizards and warlocks and stuff experimenting. So then alchemy becomes chemistry, astrology becomes astronomy, so forth, so on, blah, blah, boo, jave. It's basically just that.
Right. But it's kind of the same argument for tools, really, though, isn't it?
For what?
For tools.
What you mean by that?
Well, I mean, we experiment for what the best tool is, right?
Yeah.
We find the best tool. So that's kind of what I'm saying. That's why God doesn't make any sense in that point, because even before we were human, we were using tools.
No, what I'm saying is, to me, I look at the universe as a device. Like, all of these equations and stuff.
Oh, okay. No, Alvin, that's cool. Precepts is cool. I really wouldn't want to go down that route of looking at the universe as if it already was God. There's no point in us talking, Alvin.
No, that's not my argument, Simon. My argument is that nobody is inventing equations; they're discovering them. Like E equals MC squared has always been before Albert Einstein. He just discovered that mechanism. That's what I'm going with. So
exactly.
So with each new discovery, we get a new ability. So the Wright brothers discovered the mechanism in which to achieve flight. When you do this and do that, you can make something fly. So now you're using this device that I'll call the universe. With this combination, you can make things fly if you use this combination. So it's just basically discovering combinations that give you new abilities.
Okay.
Know what I'm saying?
I don't need a God to do that, though. I just need a universe.
Well, the argument would be is that God put these equations into place. Now, if you don't believe he put those equations into place, then okay, I guess we would. I mean, I guess the discussion.
No, it's not. It's not that I don't believe it. That's not it at all. It's that all I need is the universe.
Yeah, exactly. No. What I'm saying is
those equations would exist equally well without God as they would with God. All we need for them is the universe.
No, I don't.
That's question begging, Simon, but I don't know if you realize that. That begs the question versus the Christian theist. Say that those could be there without God.
I hope you realize that stating that we do need God for that is also question begging.
The problem is
No, I just said it's on the table. You made an assertion that I never asserted that we do. You asserted that we don't. You're question begging, not me.
Alvin is asserting you do, and I'm asserting you need to show that you do.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I was stepped away for a second. What question is he actually begging?
Yeah, let me lay down my.
Simon just said that certain things would still be able to be in place, such as E equals MC squares and all of these laws, even if the God wasn't here. Even if there was no God, but that basically begs the question.
How is that begging the question?
Hold up.
Why can't I answer?
Well, I'm asking you to.
Yeah, that begs the question because that's currently what's up for negotiation, up for discussion. Whether God did create the universe, whether God did create these things. When you assert that he didn't, you just assume your conclusion. It's called begging the question.
Well, I don't think
very
that's necessarily
easily identifiable.
Hang on, I don't think that's actually assuming a necessary conclusion. I think it's just indicating that I think it's simply indicating that it could be this case either way. That's all.
Yeah.
No, that's classical question begging for
Well,
certain.
let me make myself clear right quick, Simon. What I'm saying is, I believe that God created the universe. So if there is no God, then the universe is here by itself, basically. So that's where I believe there's a God and you don't believe there is a God. But when I say you need God for these things to happen, it's from the perspective that God made the universe. So
yeah, I appreciate that. And that's when I first.
So if you don't believe in God, and
No,
you think
it's not that, Alvin. It's not that, Alvin. Alvin, it's not that. It's that when we first started this, I said, if you are going to say God made the universe, therefore, then you're presupposing God, and we finished the discussion there.
Okay.
What
okay,
is the statistical
If
probability
you
of
wish to
something
show,
coming from nothing?
if you wish to show that there is more than the universe needed for E equals mc squared, then please do so.
What is the statistical probability of something coming from nothing, Simon?
Well, first off, it depends on your definition of nothing now, doesn't it?
I knew you were
Second
gonna-
off, who is positing that there was nothing prior to the current state?
No, it's like
Who says,
like this.
who's
It's like
positing that only nothing can come from nothing?
like watch this. No, Simon, it's from this. I don't need Bill Gates right there in the room with me when I'm playing the Xbox. But if there wasn't a Bill Gates, the Xbox wouldn't be there. You see what I'm saying? But I don't need him right there in front of me while I'm playing it. It's more
Right.
from that perspective. That's what I'm saying.
So can you give me God's telephone number? 'Cause I could probably get hold of a way of getting hold of Bill Gates.
No, but
1-800-BIBLE. 1-800-BIBLE.
I don't think 1-800-BIBLE will give you Bill Gates' number, honestly.
Simon, that's the part where I agree with you. I just was trying to frame it correctly because I'm not saying I wouldn't be able to fly without the assistance of God. I'm saying God already put these equations into place, so now you can access them yourself, as opposed to he needs to be there to do it for you at the point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and again, I'll make the point which Seamus misinterpreted earlier, which is I think you need to demonstrate that you need more than a universe for E equals mc squared.
No, well, what I'm saying is that E equals mc squared is just there. That's something that God made. That's the perspective. It's not that
If you
it's like
presuppose God, the conversation's finished.
no, but it's like okay, I am, but I just want to make sure that we're clear
You
about.
presuppose not God by question begging, so I mean it should be all fun and games,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly, Shamos.
Well, I don't
How
see
is it question begging?
I don't see how it's
Okay, if
question
you
begging.
don't
It's
realize
asking.
how that was
It's asking. I don't see how it's
Saying that
question
this-
begging.
I'm not saying this
I
to
don't-
you.
I don't see how it's
saying this-
question begging. If I ask him, I don't see how it's question
I'm
begging.
saying what
if
he
I'm
said
asking
earlier.
him to prove his hypothesis.
That's not what you said earlier,
How's that
though.
question begging, Seamus?
That
I
isn't
just-
what you
I
said
just stated
earlier.
it very clearly for you.
What he said
Because that
earlier,
isn't what you said earlier.
what he said
It
earlier
is
was
what I
this
said
could be the case
earlier.
with
You
without a
just didn't
God.
listen.
He never said could be. He never said could be.
You just didn't listen, that's all.
He said E equals mc squared is still the case without God, just with the universe, but that's question begging
I
versus the
did not
Christian
say
theist.
it. I said it
Yes,
very
you
clearly,
did.
Seamus. I said very clearly, show me how, given the universe,
All right,
you
I'm
need
going to
more than
rewind it
that
and get a quote.
for
I'm going to
MC
rewind
squared.
it and get an exact
I
quote.
think
Fuck off, Seamus. Fuck off,
No,
you
what you
little
said will speak
prick.
for itself.
No,
What
no,
you said
come
will
on,
speak for itself.
come down. He says he can get a quote. Let him get a quote. If he did say it, then
If he
just
wants
take
to
it back.
go and do it, but there's no need to fucking be condescending beforehand, is there?
Hey Simon,
What
the
you
only
said
part.
will speak for itself.
Oh no,
Now-
somebody might have misspoken. Ah, the horror.
Now Simon. Now here's the
End
only part.
times.
Now Simon, this is the only part I just disagree with the phrasing of prove that you need God to do that. I'm not really arguing from a standpoint of need. That's why I gave you that.
That wasn't the question, Alvin. The question, I'll repeat it again, was show me that you need more than the universe for the laws of logic to hold.
See, that's what I'm saying. That
Or
question
equals MC squared.
No, but that's the problem. I'm not saying you don't need anything. It's that, hey,
I'm not saying I need. I'm just show me something more, which
no,
is required more than the universe.
no, what I'm talking about right now is the improvable, okay? All I'm saying is that I believe this was made by a deity. Now, you don't need for that to happen, since we don't really know how this whole thing came about from the first place. I'm just coming from the perspective that, hey, I think a deity made it. That doesn't necessarily mean it couldn't have come about on its own. It's possible it could have came about on its own. Okay? I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is that from this perspective of these things being here, we're discovering new facets of this universe that gives us new abilities. So when we discover these equations, we get a new ability. But when we discover them, it's not like you have to have a deity right there with you. Just like when I'm playing the Xbox, I don't need Bill Gates right there for me to play the Xbox. It's already made. That's where I'm coming from. So it's just the need part. When you say that, that's not really what I'm saying. I'm just saying this stuff is already made. We can use it.
Well,
whoever made it, it's there for you to use.
Well, however it came, hang on, please, Simon, just 1 second. However it came to be that way is better than the who did it, because who implies specific agency.
Okay, fine.
That's all. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I won't debate. But see,
No,
that's
I'm just mentioning that so that people don't potentially get hung up on that phrasing.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's where me and you would differ, because I believe it did and you believe it didn't. But that's where I guess the discussion would end right there at that point. Because
13. Let me ask you a question. 13. How would you define nothing?
How would I define nothing? Are you talking about the state of existence prior to the formation of the universe? Is that what you mean by? Is that what you're referring to?
I mean generally. How would you? Well, I'm asking you generally. How do you personally define nothing?
Well, the typical notion of nothing is the idea of a lack of all things, which is almost incomprehensible considering we live in a universe in which that's not possible. Even when one thinks that they're perceiving nothing, something is actually there.
Right.
So I don't know whether a state of nothingness is truly a possibility, other than the notion of things that seem from our perspective to not be there.
Okay, so I guess we would have to sort of bifurcate physical nothing with philosophical nothing. What is philosophical nothingness to you?
A lack of anything.
Okay, so it would be the same for the physical then? What is physical
It'd
nothing?
essentially be a void. But at the same point, one could try to assert that a void would technically be a thing, even if it is, quote, quote, nothingness. And that's why the notion of nothingness is really kind of weird to wrap your head around.
Indeed. And there might be a purpose for that, i.e. the Kalam. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, actually, the thing is, when doing something like, before the universe, you can't get something from nothing, and this whole kind of notion that it must have some clear agent, I think that that's kind of bizarre because we're not positing that there was a state of like absolute nothingness. We don't know the state beforehand, but there'd be nothing in relation to this universe because the universe itself would have been in a null state, not having formed yet. But that doesn't mean that there was wasn't a prior state before that. And I think most of science is pointing to the notion that there had to have been some kind of prior state. Now, what that is, we can't speak to because we're trapped within this universe, only be able to observe what's in this universe as far back as Planck time. Now, what's beyond that, we can't necessarily speak to. But to insert that it is nothing, or even more so, to assert that it is a specific thing or some kind of intelligent agent is going far beyond what we can actually stipulate within our framework of what we understand about the universe.
I would agree with everything you said. Can we agree on this? That to flick a light switch, it takes a mind.
No.
No?
No. Absolutely
So
not.
Like a lamp could fall down on the light switch and it turn on. I think he's trying to,
Yeah.
But I would. I think it just comes down to this. I think something conscious made the universe. You think it didn't take anything conscious to make the universe.
Well, can I jump in for one moment? And I'm going to tell a little bit of a story here, if you'll allow me, Rev. There was one point when I was rather young, and I went out late at night exploring, and on my way back, I opened the door to the porch of my family house, and the moment that my foot stepped ground inside that porch, a light that was about 15 feet away from me just turned on, and it was around a corner, and I was horrified, thinking that my parents had busted me, having snuck out in the early hours of the morning, but there was nobody there. Are you going to propose that there was an agent there, or are you going to wait for the actual explanation? The light turned on seemingly on its own. There was no one there. There was no potential way that a person or anything like this could have turned that light on. What are you going to propose as the cause of that light going on? I didn't turn the switch on. There was nobody there to turn the switch on. How did the light turn on? And yes, this is a true story, by the way. Rev? Do you have an explanation? Would you like to offer one?
Why is it so quiet right now?
I'm guessing because there's no actual answer and he's just waiting to find out what the situation was. Okay, well, I guess I'll answer my own question. There'd been a power surge that way, and the light turned on as a result of the power surge. It was just weird timing. But the light switch, so to speak, was flipped without any kind of actual mind being behind it. It was simply a power surge. Just electricity. So, no, you don't need to have some kind of mind to turn on a light switch. And incidentally, this wasn't an up and down kind of switch. This was one of those little turny things on the lamp, which is a little bit trickier than a light switch.
I'm just really, like, does no one have anything to say?
I don't know. I'm thinking Rev just wandered off. I don't know, man.
It's a good point that you're making right now. So
yeah.
I mean,
But,
if you have a system that allows a light to turn on just by the nature of it, you know, a power surge can do that. It can turn your internet off and on.
Mm-hmm. There was a school that I went to at one point in my youth. It was a computer camp kind of thing. And when we went out there, at one point, once again, it's another power surge situation. They'd been playing some game on one of the computers downstairs, and they'd been playing it and playing it, and they told them, well, nobody touch it, nobody play it. Da, da, da. Next morning, we came down, and instead of being on like level 24, it was like on level 3 or something like this, and everyone, and the people that wanted it saved were flipping out. Well, it turned out it had been a power surge. It just jacked with a thing, and it had it on a different level and all this stuff. And that's all it actually was. No one had actually tampered with it.
It's
But you look at it and you think, oh wow, clearly somebody must have been playing with this. It's on level 3.
There was
on
intent. People were hating. Yeah, I know. It's people rush to agency. It's a nature of humans, and it's one of the answers to why people seek gods.
Yeah, Michael Shermer coined the term, and it's called agenicity. It's a tendency of humans to ascribe causality to agents because that's the.
I don't think he coined that. I think that's
he might have. Yeah, you're right. You might not have coined it, but
yeah, go on.
Yeah, but he basically says, you know, it's evolutionary beneficial. You're more likely to survive if you
think there's something there than if you dismiss it. Right. Yeah, the flight runner, or fight or flight mechanism in it. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. It's you're better off if you assume that the sound in the grass is from a lion and you run away. Then if you are curious and go find out, or you say, oh no, that's bullshit, there's no evidence for that, and you stay, and eventually there's going to be a lion there behind the sound and it's going to eat you.
Well, 9 times out of 10, it doesn't matter if you run or not, but that one time it does sort of naturally select for those who are willing to run or wanting to run.
Yeah.
I think there's another discussion going on here in the side chats.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh.
Yeah, there is, but I'd argue whether it's worth the bother of paying attention to right now.
Who's there?
It's just Shamos and going on about the whole, no, it's begging the question because you said that it didn't require a god.
There's a very big difference between begging the question and asking a question, although people don't always seem to differentiate it properly.
But that's not the issue that's taking place.
No. I heard what he was saying. He asked, "Can you demonstrate your point?" And then it became, yeah.
You said
Well, that's
this.
not the confusion. The confusion is whether or not
that's my bad,
the
I'm
conclusion has been assumed in making the statement.
Yeah.
Which I
No,
don't think it has.
it's-
True.
it's-
So here's
It's
how it
not
started.
assumed. Wait, it's not assumed. Just a second. So what I think what Simon says is that he can have this universe and all of its
No, the
laws.
quote
or
is
the law.
posted to the side verbatim. I went back. I got the quote
quote?
out of the live feed. It's
What's
posted to the side verbatim.
What's the quote?
I'm going to read it out loud. So I wish I would have included the quote Alvin said before he said this. He basically was saying that these E equal MC squared underlying principles that God just put them there for us to be discovered. Now that's paraphrased. Next thing, this is verbatim. Simon says, okay, I don't need a God to do that though. I just need a universe. Okay, Alvin says, the argument is that God put these equations in place. Okay, Alvin still needs to substantiate that, but here's where Simon begs the question. So the argument that what's up for discussion is God putting these equations in place. That's what's up for discussion. That's what Alvin just said. And then Simon begs the question. He says, it's not that I don't believe it. It's that all I need is the universe. Those equations, here's where he begs the question specifically. Those equations would exist without God as they would with God. All we need is the universe. So what is currently
Not
up
making
for
the question.
Yeah, it is. What's
It's
currently
It's not, because the thing is, he said with or without, correct? He's not assuming the conclusion. He's saying with or without, this could be possible. This would be the case with or without. That's
but
not
that
assuming
would
a
beg
conclusion.
the question. Yes, it would. If he's saying that God put these equations in place, that's one way, that it is this one way, and then he's saying, no, it could be not this one way through assertion and begging the question of his own conclusion.
No, he's saying it. Did
No,
you not?
that's not
Did
how
you
it
just
works.
read? He said it could be either. That's what I heard you just read. Did everyone else hear that, or was it? Am I
Yes.
losing my mind?
Which is the problem. That he's okay. If he was saying
there's no problem.
Here's what it would be question begging is if he said no, the universe is this way and these equations absolutely do exist without God. Period. So on. And
That's
making
what
a
he
claim
said.
statement.
But
No, it's
that's what
not. He said
by
it couldn't.
extension. No, that's
Either
what he
way,
said.
they would equally exist without God as they would with God. So
As
with
soon
God, you
as
have
you
one
say that they
explanation.
would
Without God,
equally
you have another
exist without
explanation. That's
God
fine.
is
Do
begging
not
the
make
question
in
upon
the
the
statement.
prior statement. Yeah, it
Right.
is.
Well, stop interrupting me, really.
Wait, hold on. So I think here's the crux, and we're not used to this kind of position that Seamus holds, and I have that from Jimmy because Jimmy and Seamus and a lot of other, kind of like him, there is no group that can define it, but they hold basically that it's not even possible for God not to exist in any possible world. If you say that it's possible for God not to exist, you are negating his position. So by merely being an agnostic and saying what Simon said is that, well, yeah, it's possible that it could be this way with God or without God, we are negating Seamus' concept of a God, right?
But the thing is, though, if begging the question is assuming the conclusion in the question, and you're saying that this would be the case either way, you're presenting both proposed solutions. So how's that begging the question?
Yeah, it's colloquially.
The first part of it begs by even saying that it's possible without God is begging the question versus the previous statement.
No.
That's so dumb.
He's saying it's possible
you
without a
can't
God.
assert without evidence what's currently up for dispute. You can't do that. You just we're disputing something, and then you say no, it could be that way without God. No, that's what's currently up for dispute. You're question begging to even assert that. But I guess you guys don't realize that.
That's not even an assertion.
Seamus, when everyone in the room disagrees with you, you might be wrong.
Or that the fact that I actually do a regular study of logic and perhaps you don't. It's pretty simple.
Okay, let's not get personal about this. So let's agree to disagree.
I'm just saying,
What happens to Seamus? He gets into personal attacks if he's wrong.
The personal attack was saying that everyone in the room disagrees with me makes me wrong. That's an argument ad populum, first of all. Which is another
I said you might be, which means you might want to reconsider your position and reevaluate. That's it.
You might have been committing a fallacy.
You're wrong because your mom is fat.
Oh, come on.
So if Seamus is everybody's agreeing with you, we might be wrong. Yeah, okay, that doesn't mean I might be right. I might be wrong by the virtue of my arguments being wrong, not because anyone
But I don't think that's the case right now.
You know what the
You're saying
beauty
that
of...
something is begging the question when it's not, and
even more so,
begging
you
the
know...
question is a
cannot
pretty simple
assert
idea.
without evidence what's currently up for dispute. You cannot do that. You
Okay,
can't.
am I the only one to whom this sounds petty? Petty.
It's true though. It might be petty, but it's true.
Let's
Truth
move on.
might be petty to you guys.
No, it's not. No,
First
okay,
it's
who
petty,
cares?
second
Let's
calm.
move on. Let's talk about, let's say, I don't know, whether or not the sort of Christian view, given the 4 minimal facts about Jesus, and okay, whether or not the inference, given the 4 minimal facts that Christians hold to, i.e. being that supernatural resurrected, holds water compared to some other.
Well, I want to try and take this on a little bit of a side note here. I have a lamp that's on my wall to the right side here. Now, there's a bulb in that lamp, and I put the bulb in that lamp. Now, if I were to say that there'd most likely be a bulb in that lamp, whether I'd put it in there or not, would I be begging the question?
Can we move on, please?
Yes. Yeah, anyway.
Okay. Ocean is AFK. Damn it.
Yeah, now I've reread my quote. I think actually it's quite well crafted. Actually.
You're proud?
I am actually. I've got a lovely dodge in the beginning of subjectivism.
Why
Then I'm stating both conclusions.
You almost
And then
said
I'm
created.
saying-
Go ahead.
Then I'm saying the only thing that is in common is the universe.
Yeah.
So please explain why you should need more. I think that's quite well phrased, actually.
Yeah,
He was saying the argument is God put these equations in place, and then you assert with no evidence that these equations could equally exist with God as they would without God.
Or
Basically,
without God.
that's begging the question.
Or without God.
Wait,
Begging the question.
Wait, there is no, dude. This is a
It is setting the stage for Alvin trying to back
petty
himself up.
fucking thing, dude. It is evidenced. In a way, you could
without
say,
God.
by the fact that it's logically consistent. It is possible world. It's a possible world.
It exists with God as well.
Why are you guys uncomfortable
Actually,
with
you're
the
wrong
notion
twice,
of what begging
Seamus.
the question is? Because
You're
you
wrong
seem
I know what it is, and he's not doing it, Shamos. It's fucking ridiculous.
You're wrong twice.
Wrong
Seamus.
on this. Sorry, man. You're wrong this time. People can be wrong. It's okay, man. It's
Okay,
okay.
well, show me how I'm wrong.
I think my light illustration with there'd be a bulb there, whether I put it there or not, was a fair illustration, man. But if I'm the agent, if it's either myself or some other way that the light got into there, that doesn't matter because you don't have that investment you have with this God notion. It wouldn't matter if I put it there or if somebody else put it there to you. The simple fact is, there happens to be a light there. I did put it there in this instance, but proposing that there would most likely be a light in that socket, whether I put it there or not, doesn't bother you and trigger you in the same way. And you wouldn't be calling me stating that there could be a light in that, whether I put it there or not, isn't going to, have you sitting there yelling fallacy at me.
It's pretty simple. Simon's conclusion is that God doesn't exist, and then what he does is with the current thing in question, that God made these things, Simon says that
He's not even making that conclusion. He's saying both are
said it could
possible
be done.
in what he said.
You see, you won't even let me talk. You must be worried that I'm
You're not hearing yourself, dude.
whatever.
You are not hearing yourself.
If
He
I
said
could just
either one is
hang on,
possible.
guys,
Sorry.
if I could just,
No one
if I could just say,
should you guys be
if I-
afforded the chance to
dude, right? I'm just gonna hide you for a moment, Shamos. I need to say
Wow.
this clearly to you one time, okay? I am both claiming in both cases that the universe is similar. I am claiming that
Is that
each
fair to
with
hide him
God-
from broadcasts like that?
that with God, I am claiming that with God, okay, we could get these equations, and without God, we could get these equations.
Okay,
That
so
is
here's
not
what...
question begging. That is not question begging as to whether God exists or not. I'm asking a question of Alvin, not making a statement on my own.
Yeah, we could have handled this better.
Yeah, and he left before I could click show. I was waiting for the moment Simon finished to display him.
Yeah, I was about to do the same thing. I wanted to give him the last response
no
to this.
chance.
Then we should...
No
should have
chance. He's had 5 people in the Hangout saying that I wasn't doing it. Right? We've been on it for like 40 minutes. This is typical Shamos, okay?
Oh, he's back.
Why bother?
Oh, good.
Okay, wait,
Come
hold
on,
on.
dude.
Let's
Just
give
quit
him.
that shit, Simon.
Let's give him the
Come on,
right
dude.
now to.
No, sorry, Ray.
Wait,
You're
wait,
wrong
wait, hold
this
on,
time.
hold on, listen, hold on. No, okay, so Simon, you had
Hey,
your
hey,
say.
let me talk for a second, real quick. I just want to offer
Wait,
you
Right,
guys.
right, right,
listen,
right,
Hold on,
right,
no,
right.
hold on. Let me talk.
Let me talk.
Let me talk.
Wait, I will.
Let me say this.
I will.
No,
wait,
let me
just
say this right now,
just
man.
a second.
Shamos, bro,
Just-
Shamos, it's Art's room. Let Art go.
Just a second.
Let the moderator moderate, please. That's all.
I'm gonna give you the option to speak right now. All I want to say is that consider this your closing statement. Okay, you will have the last word here. After this, after you make your point, we will all move.
I have
the
no last
fuck
words to
away.
make. I have no
Okay.
last words to make. I want to point out one observation that I'm offering you guys. What I'm offering you guys here is the opportunity to dialogue. Now, I know we don't like each other's what each others are saying, and we can disagree and everything like this. But if I'm the only dissenting opinion in a room full of five people, and I get out literally a sentence and a half before Ocean interrupts me and Simon interrupts me, and then when I say, why should you guys be afforded to speak if I cannot speak, then Simon mutes me and shuts me up and then goes on. I can't even get a half a sentence out, and I get muted and he gets to speak twice. You guys don't even give a shit about dialogue, do you?
Okay,
All right,
so
Shamos,
wait,
listen,
sorry, please.
from brother to brother, Shamos, listen, get a tougher skin, okay?
Actually, I'm sorry. I want to chime in with one thing. In all fairness, I was also speaking over Simon. Art did as well. Simon was also being spoken over during that time period.
yeah, this is what happens in Hangout. We have tons of lag. We're all from all over the fucking world with different lags, and we just cannot help but to
Dude,
interrupt
there was
each other.
no lag. They interrupted me just like I interrupted you
Yes,
right then.
at
There
the
was no
last
lag.
point.
I interrupted you.
Yes. At the last point, there was an interruption. However, to make this discussion faster, I just allow it with the idea in mind that you will get the last word. You will get the absolute last say, and you
Why
got
can't
it.
I get out
You
a
just-
word of what I wanted to say when I wanted to say it? Why do I get a sentence and a half
get
out
it.
before Ocean and Simon interrupt me? Then I can't speak. They start speaking over me, and then the Ocean was actually raising his voice. Okay, and then I'm saying, okay, fine. Then I'm saying, no, you guys don't deserve to get the chance to speak if I can't speak, which is only fair. And then I get muted.
You
It's
just
bullshit.
got the chance to speak twice.
No,
uninterrupted.
I never got the chance to speak.
You just spoke uninterrupted again, and before this, you got to spoke 2 times without anybody interrupting you.
No, I'm
I
trying
made
to.
sure of that.
I'm trying to what's known as get back to normalcy, get back to discussion. Why is the only dissenting opinion being squashed on and muted and pulled out? Why? For what reason is
Why
that?
is it that you're using your whole opportunity to talk just whining the entire time?
Because etiquette
Ocean,
is
come on,
required in order for me
Ah,
to
it's
dialogue.
legit.
It's a prerequisite to dialogue, and I'm willing
we will
to.
uphold it. We will uphold it. People
Okay.
who require to finish will get to finish. I promise. As regards to interrupting, we just tend to do that, right? This is, I kind of view an organic conversation, is that because of this technology, we tend to interrupt. Also, it is very useful to point out to the person who's, for example, rehashing your argument that you might be misrepresenting him. The person is not, however, obligated to take that into consideration. If he demands to finish, I will let him finish. If he will take my point at heart and want to me respond and give my proper clarify what I actually meant, then sure, that's good. If he will ask to finish a point, I will uphold it. I will defend it.
Yeah,
You
I
weren't
would say
defending it when I was being muted.
I would say this is it's an open forum, and you got to have a tough skin for this, Shamos. You know this. You've been here long enough.
Sure. I was interrupted, so I interrupted him, and I got muted. What?
Right, so,
yeah.
Hey, don't slap a halo on your head.
Okay,
like you never
I'm
do
going
that.
to interrupt for a moment. Hey, check it out. I just got a coyote tail in the mail.
Oh, nice. The real coyote tail?
Yeah. Actual genuine coyote tail.
Poor coyote.
Tanned and everything. Oh, coyotes are frickin' vermin, man.
Coyotes are evil beings that
Yeah, they're just frickin' vermin,
they
man.
need to be dealt with.
Yeah.
Everybody
Okay, so-
tries about the coyotes have never dealt with them.
That's actually a part for the next hat, actually.
Ah. Alright, guys, so we have this more or less sorted. Like I said, I promise everybody who demands to, be allowed to finish that he will finish.
Yeah, Art, I think you're an awesome mod, just for the record, bro.
Thank you. I love you.
By the way, Rev, I don't know, were you away from keyboard for a bit there, or what was up with that?
Yeah, I was talking to my buddy, Phil.
Oh, okay.
Orthodox Jew. I love him.
No, because I'd actually tried to answer your light switch thing a little bit a while ago, and you seemed to have, and I didn't know if you'd just gotten quiet or if you didn't hear it or what was going on with that.
Yeah, that the act of necessarily having to turn on a light switch means that there was an action behind it. Yeah, a lamp can turn over and turn on a light by accident. That's what you're getting at, right?
No. There was an actual. This actually is something that happened ages ago. Went out wandering around the town and going to reach trashes as quickly as I can. I don't want to bore the audience. Went out at about 2 in the morning. Headed back in when my foot touched the porch. After getting back in there, a light that was right around the corner turned on just at that moment. There was nobody sitting there, and lo and behold, long story short, there had been a power surge that night, and that's what had turned on the light. Now, this wasn't a switch. This was one of those click-click kind of lights, you know, that you go up to it and it turned on. There was no agency behind it, no hand.
Wow. Well, but there was still some sort of action behind that, some sort of electrical surge or something, right?
Well, there's an electric surge, yeah, but there wasn't this isn't a mind behind it, and that's kind of what you were saying, because it could be without a mind, so I want to give an example of that.
Fair enough. All right.
Anyway.
Right, so I want to really actually get back to the discussion that we had with James Great, because I do honestly think that even the most extreme, absurd, almost borderline absurd sort of natural explanation for Jesus' resurrection is still more plausible than any kind of supernatural explanation, given the four minimal facts.
It reminds me I need to sit down and read that book at some point, damn it.
What book?
Boris!
Jesus. Okay. Yeah. I guess Seamus is busy. There's no other Christian in here. Alvin is too nice. He will not defend it.
Well, Art, are you going to go with the alien thing again, or something else?
Yeah, I think it holds water still. I mean, we have more reasons to believe that aliens exist. I mean, after all, the whole scientific community thinks it's possible. That's why there is such a thing as SETI, right? Search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Sorry about that. I saw the dog trying to mark his territory inside the house.
Son of a bitch. We have to show him who's boss, right?
I just did.
Did you pee instead of him, right?
No, I didn't pee on him this time. Now, if he makes a habit of it, I will piss on him while he's in the kennel.
Yeah. Yeah, so, Ref, yeah, I would go with aliens. I mean, I really do. It's more plausible. I do believe it's more plausible, really.
Okay, can you prove that aliens don't have a creator?
Well, that's a different argument then, because we're talking about what better explains the four minimal facts, right?
Well, it's sort of another infinite regress, Art. You know what I mean? So, okay, there's aliens, right? There's aliens. Okay, so who made the aliens?
Well, again, yeah, right, but it's a different topic, because we're again talking about what's the better inference. What is more supported, that Jesus was supernaturally resurrected, or was it some kind of scenario involving aliens, which accounts for all of the facts?
Gotcha.
That's the topic.
Do you have any empirical proof that aliens have the ability to resurrect somebody?
We have good reasons as to why it would be physically possible, because we are, first of all, material beings. At least our brain is, right? You don't even have to grant that aliens have a soul, but it's still a fact that the brain does account for the major functions, which would be all that you need to have a civilization, really, to create technology.
Right.
While we don't have direct evidence of such beings or such...
Well, hang on a second. Yeah. I mean, in terms of the notion of quote-unquote resurrection, all you need is somebody that's effectively dead that you've brought back to life. I mean, we effectively do that with modern medical science.
Well, yeah, but the 3 days thing, you know.
Well, it's, yeah.
It's hard to define. It's very hard. It's a very ambiguous term.
No, we have modern day accounts of somebody actually being in body. There is a story that was in the news that he was in a body bag in the morgue for it was 3 or 4 days, and the mortician was coming to do the autopsy and that stuff, and the guy started moving his feet and he woke up. I mean, how do we, so I mean, there's accounts of this stuff happening today. Would you call that a resurrection?
No, certainly not.
Well, the thing is, it would look like a resurrection, right? If this person had believers who believed in such a thing, right? I mean, it might have been just a big coincidence. I mean, really.
Well, if this guy had believers that he was some kind of, godlike figure or some cult leader or what have you, those people that were the followers probably would consider it a resurrection.
Yeah. That would account for the minimal facts there.
But at the same point, we do know that there are medical conditions that leave people in a death-like state where their pulse is really slow, etc. This is a thing.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
It's actually where a lot of the legends pertaining to, vampires and this kind of stuff come into play.
I've heard of reports of people waking up in the grave and scratching their way out, and banging on the casket.
But do we have accounts with 0 brain activity, 0 heart activity, where somebody comes back again?
Problem is that our equipment is not absolutely sensitive.
Ah.
Yeah. But even more so than that, in terms of the resurrection narrative in there, they weren't doing brain scans on him, obviously.
Maximum what they could do is check the pulse, and with a hand. Right, so that's very subjective. That's last resort.
Given how we understand how he died, I think it would probably we can assume, given the narrative, and of course the narrative it goes back to the text. So how can we prove that? So, but given the way he died, the assumption would be that he did die.
Actually, my assumption based upon the narrative would be that his death was faked.
All right.
Ooh, you took the Muslim route.
Well, I mean, there is one of the Gospels that as they're going down the road, breaking the kneecaps of everyone so they'll die quicker, by the time shortly before they get down to where Jesus is, they hold this little sponge and a stick up to his nose, and that's when he, quote, dies. Well, it could have been something that simply knocked him unconscious, so when he was knocked by the spear, he was out cold and couldn't respond to it. You could go that way with that, too.
Okay. Oh yeah, right. They might have. Okay, so they might actually try to kill him, but they might have messed up the dosage, and just made him unconscious.
Or, well, I'm saying on the sponge there, because this was one of his followers. I don't remember who it was that held the sponge up there to his face, and then all of a sudden he's out. Okay, he's Coco dead, and Roman soldier comes over, goes poke poke. Okay, sure, cut him down. So was he up there long enough to kill him? Certainly not, seeing as there were brain legs of everyone else to speed up the process. They get down to him, and all of a sudden he's knocked out by whatever this is, and Romans tests it, says take it on down. You could utilize that to say, well, there's a reason to believe that he might not have been dead.
Well, Malchus shoved a spear into his side.
Well, yeah, and if somebody was rendered unconscious by some kind of chemical that they had on the sponge, he wouldn't necessarily have woken up by a spear being jutted into him.
No, I'm saying that the spear would kill him. That's what I'm saying.
He just poked him with it. It doesn't say that he jabbed it deep within him to kill him. It doesn't say that anywhere in the text. It just said with a spear. Okay, there you go. Nowhere in there does it say how deep. It doesn't say that it was a mortal wound. It doesn't say that he speared him in the heart. He just stuck a spear in his side. Well, let's poke him with a spear and see if he makes a noise.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Now, do I believe that that's the case? No. But at the same point, this is another way to potentially interpret it.
Yeah, you don't want to get blood on you. Like if you poke someone from an angle up, you get like blood on you. So
yeah.
And poke them too hard.
Well, I guess since nobody wants to defend it, there is no plausible case for Jesus resurrecting supernaturally. But what can we do?
I think most historians would agree.
Yeah, actually, speaking of that, I like to see some statistics. I hear about, most historians think this, most scholars think this. Where the heck do people take these things? These, supposed statistics, consensus and shit. I've seen only like maybe one, and that was from Pupil. It's not any scientific authority. It's just organization, and that was about how 70% of philosophers are non-believers. Well, anyway.
Anyway, sorry about that.
But did we just disprove Christianity, or
No,
what
yeah,
did happen?
pretty much.
We did.
Yeah,
No.
I maintain so.
Any
There is
Christians in the
actually
room? Any
there
Christians
is
in the room?
actually
No?
a
Okay, yeah, I think we did.
there is actually a book called The Jerusalem Plot, which actually discusses this. It's kind of a neat book.
Jerusalem Plot? What's it about?
Jerusalem Plot.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's an interesting book.
What's it about?
It's about them faking Jesus' death and whatnot.
Ah.
Oi, less of that, Art. Less of that, cheeky monkey.
Yeah, it was written not too long ago, but it's just somebody else going through with a different hypothesis, basically.
Did it have anything about aliens?
No, it didn't. Sorry, no aliens. I know you want the aliens, but no aliens.
It's Men in Black or something.
It's more along the lines of they sit there and they put something on the sponge, hold it up to his nose. He goes down. They cut him down, take him to this little place, and then a couple days later, we'll encourage some people to come here and then claim he's risen, kind of thing.
Ooh.
It was more along those
Last
lines. It was
Temptation
actually
of Christ, right?
It was going with the hypothesis that along the lines of if it was that potentially his followers faked his death to get him out of the crucifixion thing. Well, how might they have done it based upon what's in the text? It was just kind of running with that. It was an interesting read. It's not something I subscribe to, of course, but it's an interesting read.
That sounds interesting indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody mentioned to me, I'm like, ooh, that sounds interesting. And I mentioned it to my wife. She was like, I'll order it. I'm like, cool. But then again, my wife's faith is unshakable.
Just let me talk to her.
No, you won't be able to. She's a world religion major, so it's her view towards religion is what you do is you sit there and you go and you get your little starter box, and this is whatever denomination you go to start off with, no matter what the religion is. And as you go through your life, you start taking out all the little pieces and take a look at all the little things in the box, and you look at them, and some of them don't. When you try to put it all back together, some of them don't fit anymore, and you take those and kind of discard them. But then you have holes in the box, so you find new things to take and put in those to fill those little gaps to the box. And then you take it out again, and you start going through it again. And once again, a lot of stuff doesn't fit in there. By the time you're done, you don't have that little starter box. You have something completely different. She does not have a starter box anymore, to say the least. For example, you go to my wife and you say, one of the earlier things that I said to her ages ago was, I have a question for you. If it were proven tomorrow that Jesus never actually existed, would it matter? Her answer was no.
Wow, okay.
Because it would invalidate the teachings.
Okay, so she's a atheist Christian.
No, she's a follower of the teachings of Christ.
Okay. Somebody define it like that.
That's how my sister is. My sister doesn't believe in any of the supernatural events in the Bible, but she follows the teachings. So she calls herself a Christian.
Yeah, it's like a Buddhist is one that follows Buddha. They don't worship Buddha; they just follow his teachings. Here's this cool guy that had some good stuff to say. Let's listen to that. Let's try and follow it.
All right,
you don't
13,
necessarily need
13,
everything else.
13, let me ask you this, bro. Can you know that Yeshua was not Mashiach?
That Yeshua was what?
That Jesus wasn't the Messiah.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah.
You can know that you know that?
I can know that I know that, yeah.
wow, I thought that we can't. None of us can know that we know anything. So
Well, I
expand.
can certainly know that I know that.
Expand.
You know, well, what the thing that you're referring to as knowing is probably not what I'm referring to as knowing. What I'm talking about is a brain state, which is a state of knowingness. Now, that state of knowingness can be true or false, but it is still a mental state. It is the state of knowingness, the sensation that you know something. So you can
Amen, brother.
certainly know that you know something, and whether the thing known is actually reflective of reality or not is a totally different matter.
I think Nadia might argue with you on that one.
I think I get what you're saying. You're saying you can't help the fact that you're not sure.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when we are in the state of knowing, you know, that this experiential state that I know this or I know that, what you know, quote, quote, may be true, it may be false, but that state of knowingness is still a state of knowingness. You could be wrong about something for your entire life, but still have that mental state of knowingness. It's a quality of thing.
I get that's why I said it was involuntary. You said when you talk about mental state, you don't. I'm talking about that state of feeling like you know, basically.
Well, I mean, feeling like you know, that's the state of knowingness, and I can know something without it necessarily being true. Because I'm not using that knowledge is, you know, justified true belief. I'm not using that definition. I'm saying, you know, here's this brain state. And in accordance to this brain state, I know there isn't a God. Now, does that say there really isn't one in reality? No, it's just saying that in terms of, you know, this intuitive knowingness, I know it to be the case.
Your personal mind state does not allow you to know there is a God. When you talk about that state.
No. That the state of knowingness says, okay, I know this. But at the same point, that doesn't mean it's not a truth claim. It's a knowledge claim, and I actually draw a distinction between them.
Right. I can do that.
So you believe there is no God?
Well, the brain state is a state of knowingness. Now, there's a difference between, in my mind, belief and the knowing state, because the notion of, you know, the brain state of believing a thing, there's still doubt. There's still a lot of question. The state of knowingness feels like finality in one's own mind. You get what I'm saying? For example, if you were to be talking about God, you feel that you know God exists. You wouldn't interpret that as I believe God exists, because believing in a thing and feeling that you know a thing internally feels different.
All right, let me ask you this, 13. What made you know that God doesn't exist?
Oh, that's a long story.
I am willing to listen.
Oh, Art, are you willing to entertain me for a while?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Okay, I spent roughly 20 years walking the shamanic path. But long before that, my parents attempted to raise me Roman Catholic, and to say the least, that didn't stick. And when I was initially, because this is Catholicism, we have this thing called CCD, which is similar to Bible study, but much more structured, because you need to learn certain things before you can take things like First Communion, or before you be confirmed. I, of course, was never actually confirmed, but I did end up doing the First Communion thing. And I would go to CCD class, essentially Bible class, when I was sent, and every time I went there, they would start saying things, and I intuitively knew, that state of knowingness, once again, that what they were saying was wrong. Intuitive state of knowingness.
I give you a hearty amen there.
And it started off with them claiming that this God thing wants people to worship him. Well, that doesn't make sense, because the only thing that would actually want worship would not be the source, because if there was such a source, we'd all know that source, and we wouldn't need to be taught about it. So therefore, anything that is trying to get you to worship it and follow it would be something trying to draw you away from the source. So therefore, this book and these teachings can't be from the source, clearly. This was logic number one in my mind. And this, once again...
must be in your mind. How does that logically follow? Because it's not making it in my mind.
Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, if there was a source, if we were all effectively a part of, came from, etc., this whole kind of thing, then we would be aware of it. We would know it. We'd be a part of it. It wouldn't need to convert us to believe in it, because it would already be there, a part of
What's the justification
us.
for that? Like, what would be the like? I understand what you're saying, but like, how? It would seem that you seem to say that it's logically implies. I don't see that.
Well,
can you show me?
Wait, hang on. Did I say it logically implies? Did I use those words?
No, but it would make sense that that's what you're saying. That it like somehow.
Did I say that I intuitively knew this as a child?
Well, you were saying it kind of that was logic 101 to you, and I was just saying that it doesn't really strike me to make logical sense that if there was some source that everyone would know it. Like there could very well be a source and no one know it. I just don't see how that all ties together. I wasn't trying to be rude or interrupt your story.
No. This goes back to the intuitive knowingness. Intuitively, I knew that if there was such a thing, that we'd effectively be a part of it. It would be a part of us. It would be in us. We would be in it.
How do you distinguish that from an opinion? Is it indistinguishable from an opinion, or?
An opinion has a very different feeling and sensation in terms of quality within the mind. The state of knowingness is very different from the feeling of having an opinion experientially.
I would agree with that. I agree that one.
And that's what I'm talking about, this mental state of knowingness, which I made a big point prior to this whole thing of, stating that there's a big differential there. So I had. So
basically, you just felt like you just knew it, like it was unquestionable. Okay. All right. Well, that clarifies then. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a state of knowingness, very clearly. This was an empirical thing. This was just something I was born, quote, knowing. And so anything that was sitting there trying to convert you or get you to follow it would be a pretender god. And there have been stories throughout history of these kind of spirits that would sit there and try to get followers because they were trying to get stronger, kind of like pretender gods, because the more followers they'd have, the more strength they would have. So gaining more followers would give them power, so to speak. So this was the vie of power for lesser beings trying to become the one, so to speak. I guess is the easiest way to parse it out. And this goes back to very ancient viewpoints. This is why when two tribes were going to war, it was considered to be their gods going to war with each other. And whichever god won, whichever tribe won, their god came up on top, and their god, as a result, was shown to be more powerful. And this was tied directly into how many adherents they had and this kind of stuff, which is why procreation with the tribe was so vital, because the more followers they had, the more powerful the god was. And this was just kind of how that was iterated out in antiquity. And it could be argued that there is some semblance of the shown in Judaism, but in any case. So that was like one of the first objections. There were several others, of course, like the notion of, they're sitting down going over the Ten Commandments, and they're going through the list of and I looked at them and I said, okay, so vanity's a bad thing, right? This is, Catholicism, mind you. This is one of the seven deadly sins, this whole, vanity kind of thing. Well, yes. And I'm looking at the list going, why is this thing that you're calling God so vain? That doesn't sound like any God to me. And I was then thrown out of that class, just like I was with the first one. I went through about 4 or 5 different CCD classes, and then I finally went to one that was run by a friend of theirs, that they literally sat me down to the organ and said, sit here, play with the organ, ignore everything else that's going on, and you'll do just fine. And that's what got me to my first communion. Sit down here, play with the organ, ignore us while we talk about religious stuff. Because they were saying so many things that when I'd hear them, I'd just intuitively, quote, know that these things weren't right. So fast forward. Later in life, my mother convinces me that I'm evil, I'm of the devil, blah, 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 all this other crap. You end up with me starting my little cult thing around about the age of 12, 13, out in the middle of the woods with some folks sacrificing animals, this whole kind of thing. Actually, I should say animals, I should say birds, because one of the doctrines of the little cult that I started was always feathers, never fur.
Never what?
Always feathers, never fur. It was like tearing the wings off of the angels, blah, blah, blah. I had this weird thing built up with it. And because since my mother had convinced me I was evil, I acted evil. Once again, psychology.
It's kind of a role thing.
Yeah, and I had somewhere between 12 and 16 followers over the course of the 3 times we got to. By the 3rd time we got together, and then I got committed to a psych ward. Yay!
Is there somewhere I can send some money? This sounds great.
No.
I will send you an account.
Around about just a couple days before it would have been the 4th week of this, I ended up getting committed to a psych ward. Yay! Good timing. Completely unrelated, mind you, but nonetheless. So went through that whole thing, ended up in a locked unit for a little while, ended up in a residential school for a bit. In there, met this lovely young woman, albino, pretty, legally blind, but that's beside the point. And as well as that, she was a born-again Christian. She then proceeded to spend the next year and a half trying to convert me. And finally we get to that, that old standard of Christianity. Kneel down, open your heart to the Lord, and ask Jesus to enter your heart, and you'll hear a knocking at the door. You know the mantra, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I did that. The answer I got was one that she didn't particularly like. Now I sat there and I knelt down, and I opened up my heart and my mind, and after a moment of meditation and reflection, I kind of reached out to the proverbial universe or whatever may be out there. And at the last moment, my brain took a right-hand turn, right before the whole, I pray for Jesus to enter my heart. It was like, no, that might be wrong. No, I'm not going to, no. If there is anything, and this was the question I ended up asking, if there is anything that can truly be considered divine, reveal yourself to me. And the damnedest thing happened. For starters, I heard a knock. I heard an actual audible knock. Afterwards, to make sure that somebody wasn't screwing with me, I went around and made sure I was the only one that heard the knock. And yeah, I was. Cool. Everyone else thought I was nuts for asking them. Like, I didn't hear a knock. What are you asking about? What? What's this? I'm like, okay, cool. It's cool. I did hear it then. They're like, what? I just told you I didn't hear it. They were really confused. My brother, my parents, etc. They don't know what the hell I was talking about. But during that moment, around the time that I heard that knock, for a split second, I felt like everything, every bit of knowledge that could possibly be known in the entire universe was just flowing past me, and all I did was reach out and grab the one bit that I wanted. And I did. Not literally, mind you, but figuratively. I went to grab that one bit and brought it back. And it was this incredible revelation, the likes of which I've never had again, or never since, never again. But it was a thing. Incredibly powerful. And then I got up and I said, wow, this is incredible. And I went and I picked up the phone and I called that gal. And I said to her, and I called her up and I'm like, Stacy, I did it. She's like, what? I said, I did what you asked me to. It's incredible. She's like, okay. Well, great. So you're a Christian now. And I said, no. I heard the knock. And she's like, you're not supposed to actually hear the knock. I'm like, I heard the knock. She's like, I never heard the knock. And I said, and I just like incredible revelation. And she says, oh, wow. So you believe in Jesus now? I said, no, I found out that all religions are wrong. And she hung up on me.
I would agree with that conclusion, by the way, 13.
So I then spent roughly the next 20 years, and I ended up walking the shamanic path to do this. And I got somebody that gave me some basic guidance that was really useful. And I spent roughly 20 years trying to figure out, okay, if all religions are wrong, what's right? So that was the next big question, and I spent about 20 years trying to figure that out. And what I found at the end of that proverbial road was not this God thing. Now I'll tell you, I found something. But if it's not sentient, if it's not self-aware, but it merely is, would it be rightfully called a god? My answer is no.
Why is that?
Because in accordance to every God belief, this thing that people call God, it's omniscient, it's omnipotent, things like this. It has some degree of intelligence. It's a will. It can be an active thing. This wasn't. It merely was. Which is a confusing thing to say, but it simply was. It was the proverbial is. But at the same point, it was not self-aware. It didn't make actions. It didn't love or hate or anything. It simply was. It didn't desire things. It didn't want worship. None of these things. It didn't have any real sentience of its own, or at least nothing that would be distinguishable as sentience.
Fair enough.
It didn't fit the mold of what a god would be. It wasn't a personal agent in any way, shape, or form. It simply was.
Okay, with that said, 13, would you not say it's possible that the deist God exists?
Well, the deist God is the notion of something setting everything in motion. And I don't know that that's necessarily the case with this. I mean, it's more of an is. I don't know. I mean, you could try and claim it more of a deist notion of a god, but at the same point, even the deist notion entails some degree of intellect or sentience or awareness or purpose, and this lacked all of those things.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing.
So, that's so when somebody says, do you believe in God? no, there's this thing, but I think calling it a god is mischaracterizing it. The more you try to define it, the more what it is slips away from your grasp. I certainly couldn't call it. Certainly think that's a misnaming of it, whatever you might want to call it. I don't think that name applies. But anyone trying to talk to me of God, it's like this to me. This is a knowledge state in my mind. It's I know this thing, and I know what it's not. But trying to define what it is so intricate and so complicated that the moment you start talking about it, you're no longer talking about it.
That's awesome, man. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, but you know, it's not a god, and it's certainly not Yahweh, and it's sure as hell not Jesus. So yeah, I mean, I can't unknow what I've seen and experienced and found in my journey. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Anybody disputes that? Anybody wants to disprove it?
I would actually say of 13. Would you say that your mind, this is just a glitch in your mind, or would you say that you generally experience something supernatural? What do you think has more weight in your opinion?
Honestly, the way that I normally parse that out is whether this is simply an expression of my subconscious mind speaking to the conscious part of myself or not is somewhat irrelevant. I learned something from the experience, and that's ultimately what's important.
Yeah, but okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I know it's completely innocuous. It's one of those things. Back when I was doing the whole shaman thing, spirit journeys and all this stuff, I went and talked to the medicine man that'd been teaching me, and what she said, mind you, they don't delineate, so it doesn't matter male or female in this case. But what she told me was, because I asked her, I said, you know, are these things that I'm experiencing real? And she turned to me and smiled and said, does it matter? And I said, what do you mean, doesn't it matter? Of course it matters. And she said, did you learn something? And I said, yeah. She says, that's all that matters. The rest of it is just details. What's important is that you learn something. Yeah.
Do you have desire to kill any gays now or something like that?
No, I don't. No.
Probably the devil.
Does interest Pom then?
I mean, it was interesting. Along this proverbial walk of spirituality and all these little journeys and this and that, there were all kinds of weird stuff that I came across. There was one point I see this tiny little trickster spirit sitting there rolling on the ground laughing while some guy sitting there bowing and scraping before it and calling it an almighty lord and all this other stuff. And I'm like, interesting. Okay, noted. You know, I mean, stuff like that. It's like, you know, whether this is just my subconscious mind trying to communicate to my conscious mind or not through these mechanisms, or I don't think that necessarily matters. What matters is that I learn something, whether it's simply about myself or the universe. Who cares? It's something that's applicable to myself.
Do you think there might be some meaning behind the fact that you're married to a believer?
Yeah, actually, there is a meaning to it.
What is that?
Well, the meaning to it is the simple fact that when I first met her, I was working on trying to get my book published, and her background was very strong in English, and she was a great editor. And over the course of the process of me telling my varied stories and her editing them, she fell in love with me. There's your meaning right there.
I think there might be something deeper, but continue.
What's not to love?
Well, you know, it is possible that my task could be to try to bring her closer to Source. That could be the meaning, if you want to try and interpret it that way.
I see what
Or
you did.
she might be trying to bring you
I think you
closer
meant it
to
the other
Source.
way. Oh, okay.
I love you, man. You're great there.
I was going to go down the narcissistic route, but we won't go there. That might be just a little too much to bear.
No, I mean, since meeting me, though, her understanding of what she sees as the divine has actually evolved quite a bit. It's actually been really a neat journey. I found my answer years ago. That was it for me. And whenever somebody presents some of these notions, whether it be a Christian notion or a Muslim notion or a Hindu notion, I'm like, good for you. Trickster giggling and laughing. Great. That I can't say it any other way. Well, other than the case of old Glowy, but that's another story entirely.
Well, there is a Christian doctrine found in the epistles written by Paul, Rabbi Shaul, that, you know, the wife, if the wife is a believer, she can bring She can bring somebody into the kingdom. And if the husband is a believer, vice versa. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The problem.
When was that? Sorry, Shadow. When was that written, Rev? Paul lived when? 130s?
Yeah, I'm not going to argue it. I won't argue any of that stuff. I just was. That
No
was the
idea.
13.
I'm literally asking for information take rather than knowing an answer.
It was just for 13.
Okay. No. I was just asking because that's interesting because, of course, the way Christianity spread in Northern Europe is exactly that way. Just to point that out. Most of the northern tribes actually were converted through marriage to Christian brides.
Well, the thing is, and this is
Not
where
most.
I always
Not
kind of
most,
get the
a
hang
lot.
out when people are like, well, maybe their job is to bring you to Jesus and to God, and I'm like, what makes you think I haven't already found the thing you're calling God? Maybe it's just that whatever understanding was revealed to me was intended for me because that's something that's outside of the dogma, it's outside of the doctrine, and I'm made to understand it that way, as opposed to through one specific lens.
That's why I lean Calvinist.
So, but the thing is, following that, what makes you think that I need to be led anywhere? I mean, I made the argument a long time ago when somebody was trying to present this notion of, well, what if there is a God? And, that whole kind of, the Pascal's wager garbage. And the thing is, I'm essentially made in such a way that, for all intents and purposes, with what I've seen, what I've experienced, I can't believe in what you people would call a God. I can't. It's beyond my ability at this point. I couldn't go back. Because to me, that would be back. So if there were some kind of God, like you're proposing it, then I'm Hasatan. Not the Satan devil character that's promoted by Christianity, the classical view from the classical Hebrew beliefs of classical Judaism.
Right.
The accuser, the loyal servant of God, as shown in Job, member of the divine council, etc., 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 who's tasked with essentially putting people in the position of questioning their faith. And if there is some kind of divine and that's my task, so be it. I'm fine with that.
Absolutely, and that's why I love these hangouts, because I'm going to tell you, I have never seen in one of these hangouts an uninquisitive mind. I have never seen that, and I think that's why I say that there's a great purpose for what we all do here. I think this discussion is very productive. You're in this for a reason, 13. I have no doubt.
Yeah, we can feel that way as much as you'd like. I mean, I don't think I'm here predominantly right now because I wish I had some Calvinists to scream at.
Fair enough.
But nobody's giving me a reason right now. No, my father recently died, lifelong Roman Catholic, firm in his faith, but I know there's a lot of Calvinists that would be insisting he's in hell right now. And those are the sorts right now that I love to yell at. Yeah, I know it's not. That's why I'm not getting on you. But I've gone into a couple hangouts recently just to scream at Calvinists in honor of my father, because fuck them. The people that act like that.
Good for you.
Because I might not share my father's faith, but I respected it. Okay, now that I've killed all conversation here, and a lot of people are like, whoa, heathen, what the fuck?
Too much truth, man. Too much truth.
Well, no. The thing is, I'm an atheist because I don't have a God belief. Simply. That's it.
Right.
I don't have a God belief. It doesn't define as a God. That's it.
I respect that.
Cricket, cricket, cricket. Cricket, cricket, cricket.
Well,
just me. I could speak, but I just don't want to.
Wow.
This is what happens when there's no drama, right? It's crickets. We want the fisticuffs, right?
Well, no, it's what happens when a topic gets derailed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, as far as we know, the crickets are arguing as well.
Well, I've kind of had this story, and we've gotten into weird discussions about this. And the thing that was weird is in one of the discussions, a lot of the atheists in the room were kind of like, yeah, I can kind of understand. I get that. And for a lot of people, over the course of what is typically referred to as a deconversion process, there's a point that a lot of atheists get to. that they have this notion of what the divine could be that's just bigger and broader and more beautiful than is taught by any theology. And then inevitably they run into somebody that's, whether it be Christian or Muslim or whatever, that just starts stomping on their head in a proverbial sense for not believing their specific dogma. And I kind of find that to be a shame because, you know, maybe if people were allowed to investigate on their own, maybe there's something that's some kind of truth. But if there is, it would take all of us to working together to figure out what the hell it is.
And sure saying the stuff in books.
That's interesting. Sorry, Sty. Could you say that again?
No, I was just going to say, it's sure as hell into stuff in books. I think if there was this God thing, it would be technically impossible for the human being to even contemplate what it is.
Yeah, and that's why I go with it would take everyone, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, like, I'm not trying to piss on theists, like, you know, parades when I say, like, a big theist or whatever. I'm just saying, look, let's look statistically speaking, you can't comprehend what that actually is. So why should I be, you know? And then when you say World War, I'm like, you're getting specific. I don't think God is that specific. It's
Right. That's actually in the Bible.
It's why I find the deist position to be not a million miles away from atheism, believe it or not.
Well,
it's more logically follows, I would say.
Judaism's actually pretty good too in a lot of regards because the notion of, you know, this God thing necessarily being good or necessarily being bad or necessarily being anything comprehensible, the incomprehensibility of the divines kind of rolled right into Judaism. And somehow between the shift from Judaism to Christianity, a lot of that was kind of lost in translation, I think.
Yeah, I've been listening for a little while from the outside, and I just want to comment really briefly on a couple of things I heard. So people were saying, hey, Rev, people were saying the numbers exist without God. I'd say that's illogical because you need a mind to enumerate things. If you had planets floating in space, there's only planets floating in space. But without a mind, there's no enumerating them. See, there's no
How many
hours come on, man,
I haven't heard anyone say that. I'm asking what part of the broadcast you're listening to.
7 seconds and I'm being talked over already. Christ's sake, man. Okay, so, you know, without a mind, there's no enumerating anything. They're just planets. There's no 3 planets because it takes an observer to enumerate. So you have to have a mind. So in that sense, the creation would have no numbers in it without a mind being involved. Okay, so the second thing I heard was that we had better reason to believe in aliens than Jesus Christ's resurrection. I'd say that's completely ridiculous. We've got the argument from the empty tomb. We've got the fact that the Bible proves itself to be the inspired Word of God. That would be I could demonstrate that for you. It would take me about 12 hours, but I'd be happy to sometime.
Wow.
And then and now I'm hearing, you know, that you know we would have to really all work together to try to figure out if God exists, what that God is, and how anything. I would say that's also false because God has revealed Himself already in the person of Jesus Christ. And one last observation: atheists reject God. Atheists reject God because He requires Christ. And you got to look at that cross and realize you're the one who needs to be on it, not him. Deserves, rather, to be on it. And that's what an atheist is, a person who denies that they are guilty before God. That's okay, done.
Okay, let the dog fight begin.
All hail Zeus.
Alright, do you want to go first?
Do we want to start with a part of the conversation from 5 hours ago or 2 hours ago? Your choice.
I mean, okay, you know...
Where we were.
Okay.
Wait, say what? Where we were?
No, I want people to respond because I want to chip into these accusations that have been levied against us.
Yeah. Okay. So so let's maybe take this one at a time. So I'd like to take the numbers thing. I'm guessing 13 would take the empty tomb thing because he was pissed off about the exact argument that he just made.
And I did the aliens thing. That's okay.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna take the numbers thing. So, no, yeah, you're right. Yeah, numbers are concepts, but they're not just concepts. They're not. First of all, they're not entities unto themselves. There isn't any Platonic realm somewhere in which numbers exist, and we somehow plug into this and get the numbers to our heads. It's simply an idea that is based on a absolute necessity of law of identity, essentially.
An idea.
Well, hold on, let me finish. So, and wait, hold on. And so, numbers refer to something real. So, while in a universe without a mind, there would be nobody that could say, hey, there are 2 rocks here, or 2 asteroids, it still would be the fact that there are, in fact, 2 asteroids.
Facts
right?
exist without a mind?
No.
Ideas exist without a mind?
No.
Well.
Okay, then, done.
No, you're not done, right? So we just I don't.
You're boring.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Neff, hold on. Yeah, Neff, hold on. Let me finish. So, facts are statements about reality. Ideas are from minds, right? So yes, without a mind, there could be no such things. However, I don't get how this refutes atheism in any sense. It still would be the case that without a mind in a universe, there would still be a universe. And without a God, there would still possibly be a universe. At least there's no contradiction in that model.
No, because enumeration doesn't exist without a mind.
What's enumeration?
Wait, hang on. Let me jump in for 1 second, Art. Let me try to explain this to you for you a moment. The system by which we count, which, granted, we use base 10. There are other potential counting systems. For example, there's binary, in which case 1 plus 1 is not 2. 1 plus 1 in that particular instance is 1, 0. It's just the way it works. It's a different base system. But these are systems devised by humans. And the reason why we devise these is so that we can qualify and quantify things and count. Now, without us to make up the linguistic models by which we are able to do this counting, there would be no numbers.
Thank you so much.
But at the same point, the things that we are counting would still exist.
Yes,
the numbers are a social construct that we use to better our ability to communicate with one another.
Right, but 13, what is oneness? 13, what is oneness?
That's the point. There is no such thing as oneness.
Yes, there is.
See,
no,
he just
there
made
isn't.
a point for me. You just acknowledged that minds are necessary to enumerate. Thank you so much.
Well, minds are necessary to create systems by which we can measure things, yes.
The thing can exist, but the number, which is a concept applied to a thing to enumerate it, would not exist without a mind.
Actually, Evan, you would like to hang out.
And what does that have to do with anything?
Well, numbers don't exist without God. You have to have a mind.
We are the mind. We are the mind who makes numbers.
Numbers don't exist without humans to invent the words and put the sounds together.
Minds are not material. Sorry.
God did
That's
not.
a different question.
Wait,
If you want to argue
First
that,
off,
sure.
hang on. First off, no. Bullshit. Minds are material. Take it from
No,
somebody
they're
that
not.
had a stroke. Take it from somebody that had a stroke. Minds are very much a material
I'm
process.
sorry, it cannot be. And neither can be information aboutness, the process of intending. or
No,
intending.
no. Minds are complete brains. Your mind is your brain.
Def, I'll gladly talk to you again about information.
Being somebody that
mind.
suffered brain damage, I think I can have an opinion on this.
Right, but let's take a few topics at a time. You brought up some points that were. I would be foolish on them. So I don't know. Stizer wanted to go about aliens. Simon, we had the tomb brought up again. I was hoping that actually you, Shadow, would bring the tomb thing because you pointed out, which I didn't know, that they don't even have a tomb. We don't fucking know if there was a tomb.
no tomb.
Everything exists in one of two domains: the physical domain or the non-physical domain.
Are you saying that the empty tomb exists in the non-physical domain? Is that what
No,
you're
I'm
going?
talking about numbers. There's a list of things that are non-physical that are actual things that do exist.
Can you show me the numbers? Can you show me a number?
And numbers also. Numbers you acknowledge. Numbers require a mind. So now, minds are non-material. They're in the non-material domain. Okay, brain
False.
is not.
False.
Mind is.
The mind is a product of the brain.
Well, let me explain
When
to you
my
why we know
mind was attempting to send signals to my arm right after the stroke, and my arm was not responding, I was well aware those signals were being sent from my mind, but the body was not responding due to physical damage to
No,
the
your
brain.
brain was sending signals, not your mind. Now, here's the
No,
thing.
my mind was.
No, your brain operates your
No. Neffy, listen very carefully. My brain was not sending the signals.
That's
my
right.
mind, as you put it, was.
Uh-huh.
So my will was for my hand to move. My
Yeah.
hand was not moving.
Great, you
Because
just
my
demonstrated
brain was
you
not
demonstrated
sending the
it.
signals. This
Right.
is not that the mind is something separate to.
You
It's
just
that
made
the
the case it is.
No, I
Neff,
didn't.
Neff, hold on, like, I'm going to agree with Heathen here before they get onto the alien thing. Is when you find yourself in a really bad state in a hospital, you quickly find out that what you think doesn't apply to your body. Your body will do what it wants, when it wants, even though you think the opposite would be true. Trust me, I've been in pain where I've seen colours, because no medication would get rid of that shit. I'm hoping and praying, well, not technically praying, but you get, I'm like, go away, Nate. But anyway, point being is, what the aliens thing is, the reason why this is different than, let's say, a miracle of God, not God is, the thing that happened, or so-called happened with God, is not something that we can go, that would apply to the universe. We can apply aliens to the universe because of math. We can say, statistically speaking, literally, there's more chance of aliens existing than not existing, literally. And it's not because of some woo mathematics, it's because the universe is a uniform place. We can apply the sun and the planets in our little solar system to the rest of the known universe, and it works perfectly fine. That's why we know, given what we know today on the little planet we live on, somewhere out there, there's a little rock going around the sun with the same exact, you know,
we don't know.
Hang on, I'm going to
apply that to a God notion.
I can give you reasons for us to believe that there's no such thing as aliens, and why it's implausible to believe aliens would be able to get here if they even existed. But now, the problem with the mental thing in the mind is...
Actually, hang on, sorry, I need to interrupt. I was just fucking bitch-slapping this side.
Mental properties
slapping this side. We do have somebody that's actually a psychologist in there, Dave. I think you should take the mic. Shut the fuck up.
Right. Mental properties cannot be measured like physical properties.
Yes, they can.
So if you want to be able to, when the day that you can give me 1 pound's worth of your thoughts,
I can do that now.
You'll have a case.
Do you know what the mind is actually made out of?
Yeah, spirit.
Sorry.
It's non-physical. Now, for aliens, it's implausible to believe that aliens exist because
wait, sorry, Dave, are you finished?
You're gonna have
God's
to do...
testimony that he.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Nev, could we let somebody qualified to speak about the mind actually talk?
Yeah. Let's talk about.
That's fine, but
we just want to talk about mind for a bit.
Responding to you. Let me
hold on before you go down your line.
Whatever you
I beg you, Nev, please. We will love to discuss these topics, but we cannot discuss 10, 20 points at a time. Dave here is the most qualified person of all of us to talk about anything, really, especially about mind and whether or not it's material. So if you could focus on that point.
Sure. Okay.
So Dave,
I would ask you, how can you tell me how you can measure mental properties like you can material ones?
Well, do you know the 3 chemicals that are like in the brain?
The 3 chemicals? Just 3? Are you kidding?
No.
There's more than 3 chemicals to a brain.
Well, no. I mean, what comprises, for example, what happens to the axon hillock, for example?
Okay. No, I don't happen to know. So please tell me how that can be a non-physical.
No. I'm asking you what are the 3 chemicals that occur that transmit at the axon hillock?
No, I just don't happen to know.
Dopamine, serotonin, and I forget the third.
Okay.
Well, they're some of the neurotransmitters. I'm just interested to hear how you can say the mind is immaterial if you haven't done, like, this is Neuroscience 101. I'm not even going into, like, anything particularly sophisticated. If you've taken the first lecture of a neuroscience course, you'll know the answer to this. I'm not trying to belittle you.
Well, let me ask you this, Dave.
Okay, so you're mentioning...
One second. Can I say something?
Chemicals are in the brain. Big deal.
What is the mechanism that makes the neurons fire?
An action potential.
You haven't demonstrated that chemistry equals mind.
Well, you won't let him finish, that's why. Dave, can you just fucking...
Well, he stopped. I'm asking him, all he did was mention that there are chemical reactions in the brain. Nobody's doubting that.
He asked you a question, he's trying to gauge your level of intelligence so he can continue, that's all.
Nobody's doubting.
Level of knowledge, not intelligence. Level of knowledge. Let's be fair.
Yeah, knowledge. Sorry, knowledge.
Let's do that. Let's not make it about a person. Talk about a fact.
So explain to me how chemistry demonstrates proves that the mind is chemical.
Okay. Well, again, do you want me to go back to the question I asked you about the 3 chemicals? Or
you're only mentioning that there are chemical reactions in the brain. Nobody doubts that. You're not making a case that mind equals brain.
I'm not saying mind equals brain.
I thought you were trying to make an argument that mind is a physical thing and it's not.
No. Let's not get confused here. I'm not saying the mind is the brain. I'm saying the mind is what the brain does.
It produces.
Okay, right. Okay, so that is a product of brain only. Okay, good deal. Now, demonstrate to us that mental properties are a product of chemistry only.
Let's get my page open. I'm going to put my camera on if anyone wants to.
And to clarify that,
I'm going to demonstrate for you.
Minds produce non-physical things like information, linguistics, algorithms, numbers, concepts. The process of attending or intending.
And in some cases, moving your arm is a non-physical process.
Can you tell me how chemistry
Exactly.
produced those things?
I'm just showing on my camera right now if anyone's interested. I don't think
I will present you in just a
you can
bit.
read it. It's just
Hold on.
basically explaining.
Hold on, dude. Go ahead. Alex knows is let me know. Go on, Dave.
Let's get Dave going here.
Can you read that? I don't know if you can actually read it, but.
It's barely readable.
Okay.
Just put it a little bit away, Dave. It's just a little bit very. I think it's too close. Just put it a little bit away.
Okay, sorry.
It's all good. Just explain it.
Yeah.
Just explain neuroscience. Okay. I realize I've got at least 2 textbooks to. This would probably take several hours to explain. But anyway, you can stop presenting me now. Yeah. So basically, well, do you know what an action potential is first of all? Anyone?
Assume it doesn't. I don't.
I assume. So it's basically there's in the brain there's 3 chemicals. So it's sodium, potassium, and chloride. Okay, and basically there's varying different levels of these. Basically, when there's an action potential, which is basically depolarization of the cell. Okay, so basically there's an influx and an outflux of these 3 chemicals, and this causes a depolarization, which means it becomes less negatively charged. Okay, and because of the different forces of some are plus, some are negative. And so when there's an influx, then it becomes less negatively charged, okay? And this creates what is essentially excitation is probably the easy way to think about it. And then this produces, releases neurotransmitters like someone was mentioning before about serotonin, dopamine. There's like, I think, 27 of them.
Is this a function of the brain, though, Dave? Well,
yes.
I fail to see why this is proving your point that the mind is
This is
material.
a function.
Exactly.
This is part of what leads to the electric discharges in your brain.
No, but I
that
mean,
you would call
highlighting a
considered thoughts.
chemical reaction in the brain doesn't really do you much argument for the fact that the mind is material.
Here's
or
the
not
problem for them.
Okay, let me ask Dave. Let me ask Dave a question here, really quick.
Minds produce non-material.
Guys, look, all 3
If you're
you're all
going to
hang on, guys, look, all 3 theists are trying to jump in on Dave, all right?
You have
That's
to
not
be able to
okay. This is
explain
not a
how
piling
chemistry
party.
produces non-physical things.
Evan,
One at a
you're all
time,
trying
guys.
to, Evan, please, you're all trying to dive in on Dave. It's got to be one at a time. It's
Well,
gotta
I
be
had
no
started.
overtalk.
I already had started. So people
No,
are
you-
diving in on me while I was asking.
Please don't give us that bullshit.
The mic initially was when you started cutting in. I think it was Shamos that was talking, and then before Dave could respond to Shamos, you were still talking. So
Shane finished and I started speaking.
No, Seamus hadn't even come close to finishing. Trust me on that. I know. All right, Shamos, would you like to ask Dave your question, please?
Yeah, all I was asking is how is highlighting a function in the brain in neurochemistry, which is a function of the brain, how is that an argument for the mind not being immaterial? Usually the mind being immaterial is not even something neuroscience doesn't speak on the immaterial. It's a philosophical argument. So I'm very, very confused here how you're confusing things of the brain and neuroscience with a philosophical
It's not
subject.
philosophical.
Yes, it is. Science can't speak on
Dave answered. Dave answered.
natural.
The actual word denoted
Dave answers.
Dave was asked the question, Sty. Just a moment, please.
Oh, Dave disconnected, already left.
Damn it.
See, here's the problem.
Methodological naturalism
Theists
would
do that all the
dictate
time.
that it
Every
can't
time
be
you
an
theists do that.
Now, here's the problem: is that minds produce non-physical things that exist in the non-physical domain. Now, if you're going to argue that mind equals brain, you have to be able to demonstrate how chemistry produces non-physical conceptual abstracts.
We don't
Nobody
grant
is
you the
able to do
percentage
that.
material.
Nobody has ever nobody has ever been able to do that. Nor will
Yes.
they ever be able to do that. If
Yes, we have.
Let me finish a statement, for crying out loud.
Evan, I can answer it, but
Nobody has ever done that. Nobody.
No, wait, hang on. I want to point something out. I want to point something out.
Okay.
If you want
Nobody
to
has
sit
ever
there
done that.
and make
Nobody
a
will ever be
claim,
able to do that. If
you
want
should
to
pause before going to
mind.
your next point and prattling on for
Excuse
30
me.
minutes so
Excuse
people
me.
can respond to
I
it.
just need 3 more seconds to finish my damn sentence, man.
Yeah, like
Okay,
this
for a
story.
second.
If you're going to posit that mind equals brain, you need to be able to demonstrate how chemistry produces non-physical, immaterial, abstract constructs.
No, hold on. I'm sorry. No, that whole entire sentence.
And
was
until you're able to, your case is closed.
No,
So here's the problem. We don't grant you that there's anything immaterial. At least I don't.
Right. Well,
Period.
that's the failure of atheism, right there.
No,
You've
it's
lost.
not.
the
Well,
game.
prove something
I'm sorry,
immaterial.
no, it's a
By
failure of your
denouncing
understanding of
the
how the brain
existence
works.
of
In order for the brain to function, in order for you to get a mind and thoughts requires the base components of said brain. We're trying to explain to you that these base components can change how one thinks by the very chemical nature of said brain.
No,
That's
that
why people
doesn't-
get depressed because of their chemical imbalances in their brain. They
Let me give you a-
weird because their brain isn't functioning properly at the chemical level. I'm
See,
sorry, but that's why we have drugs, for fuck's sake.
So what happens here is with atheists is they put themselves in a position of absolute intellectual bankruptcy by denying things that are absolute reality in order to cling to atheism. Let me give you a short list of things that are non-physical. No, this is really short. Yeah. So you can try to show us.
Give me your best one and prove that it exists.
You don't
Give me
want
your
to hear
best one and prove that it
Okay?
exists.
So what you need to be able to do is to demonstrate that any of these things can arise from chemistry.
One. Give me one, Nev. I don't have time to read the whole fucking list.
It's
one. Your best
information-
one and prove that it exists.
Information, linguistics, algorithms, the persistence of self-identity, philosophical reflection, consideration that results in a change of mind, unconfessed lies, the comprehension of the task.
Gish Gallop!
The attention to the
Okay, let him finish read the fucking list.
process of attending and intending, the continuous volition of intending and intending, an aim to improve one's activity when performed by concentration. So this goes on. These are all non-physical things.
Okay, stop. Now,
Did you listen
prove
to
it.
a word he said?
Prove it.
Art?
Yes,
Did you
I
listen
heard
to a word he
information.
said?
I heard intention. I heard a lot of things.
And you wouldn't say what you just
I
said.
want Nev, from you, since you're claiming that these things are indeed immaterial and cannot be produced in a material universe, prove the assertion. Give
Let
me
me
your
ask-
best example
Art,
and
Art, let me ask you a question.
That's like saying to a rifle.
Evan, please, Evan, 1 second. I'm going to steal something from you, brother. Okay? Art, answer me this. When you close your eyes and you imagine an apple, does an apple form in your brain?
Are you serious?
Excellent
Are you
question.
serious, Ref? Are you serious? So, Ref, when you're looking at a picture of a car, is the car literally manifesting itself on your hard disk?
Exactly. That's what you just. Yeah. You just proved what I'm saying.
Exactly. Good one,
Dude,
Red.
I just showed you how this is possible.
No, you didn't.
Without literally being the thing that you say it is. It's a
didn't.
representation. It's encoded in something material while not
What did
having
you just say?
while not being literally concrete. The object itself that you're talking about, it represents in reality.
Okay,
So
Art,
you're-
let me ask you.
You don't have to. you
Art,
don't have to-
Art, let me ask you this. What are atoms mostly made up of? Art.
Yeah,
I love
atoms.
you, Art.
Atoms, nothing. Yes, there is nothing between the atoms as far as
Exactly, yes.
So what? There's still things
wait,
that are.
no,
There are
actually-
still concrete things
So
that atoms are formed of, and that's what we mean. They are tangible objects. That
You're
we
saying that your brain has a record of every single physical thing that you've observed, ever, or heard. Your brain is a supercomputer that is stored in
Okay, Neff, you're again.
everything that you've ever seen or heard. I'm asking you. That's what you just argued.
One thing from your list there. Pick one thing from your list there.
That's what you just argued.
Prove that it's immaterial.
Art, you just argued
Prove
that
that it's
an image
immaterial.
or sound of every single thing you've ever seen or heard in your life is recorded as an image or sound in your brain.
It would have
No, that's not what was
Can you
said.
tell us why you believe that? Because you said an apple is a recorded image.
A immaterial thing.
brain.
Prove it. Prove it.
Now, we have what's referred to as short and long-term memory.
Okay, so Art
Now,
can't.
as we experience the world around us, what happens is those experiences are sit there and effectively stored, so to speak, not literally, but metaphorically,
In some
in a
cases, they're
very
metaphor.
different section of the brain. The visual input, the audio input, your sensory input, including your nose, taste, yada, yada, yada. All these things are stored in different ways in the brain and within different regions, typically speaking.
Yeah.
So whenever you are thinking of something, you're calling on varied brain regions that will recall to memory things like the taste of an apple, the smell of an
Right.
apple, the
So
look
you're
of an apple.
arguing that the smell, the color, the shape, the form, the concept of, and the sound of every single thing you've ever experienced in your life is
Are stored in the brain, yes.
in the brain. Really? Can you verify that for us? Please?
Yeah, they call that synapses actually.
Now, actually, with
what science?
Wait, do we know Fidas? Who is Fidas? Do we know?
No,
What science?
I have no clue who it is.
What science
No.
demonstrates that so that we can find reason to believe?
Neuroscience.
Tell us what neuroscience.
What you can
demonstrates.
do. Shut the fuck up for a minute, please.
No, I'm
so
asking
someone
you.
can answer your goddamn question. I'm not going to answer your fucking question if you don't let me answer your question, obviously. Or do you want me to just sit here and let us just... I'll leave the room and let you talk to yourself for 20 minutes and then complain about yourself being interrupted by no one. Is that what you want or what? You do that in
I
your own
asked you
fucking
the
act.
question. You said neuroscience, and I said, what about neuroscience demonstrates?
And then I tried to answer and you immediately started talking again.
No, I
Is
asked
this
you
a game we're going to play for the next hour?
Yeah,
No,
brother,
I don't
brother,
think
we
this
need
is
a
gonna
back and
work
forth
at
here,
all.
brother.
I don't
Explain to us.
It's not going to work at all. I mean, Neff just read just a few minutes ago. Neff read a whole fucking list of things he claims are immaterial and could not exist in any sense in a material world. And after me challenging him to prove his assertion there, he just dodges it.
No, I
Look,
didn't.
Neff-
I explained.
Wait,
No,
okay, sorry.
I'm waiting
When did
for
you prove a
Orange.
thing? When did you prove an immaterial thing?
I'm waiting for him to tell us what is it in neuroscience.
I'm
that
still waiting for you
demonstrates-
to prove an immaterial thing for the
I
past
already
20
did.
minutes.
Okay, I can prove that to you.
Wait a second, man. Wait. He made a claim.
Go ahead.
I want
ahead,
for him to be able to tell us what he said neuroscience does this. Tell us what science in neuroscience, what evidence
Now,
in
while we're sitting there and doing our examination of the brains with a study of the brain, we know, for example, exactly where the language center of the brain is. We note when this particular portion of the brain is damaged, people won't be able to recollect certain words. Certain letters, perhaps, might be problematic for them, etc. And we've learned by putting varied electronic components in there by this section, we can actually allow people that are unable to utilize these varied sounds, etc., to start doing so again. This is where these things are stored in the brain, is in the language center of the brain.
Okay, so what
Now,
you've
there's
done
a
is
physical location, and we've been able to analyze the electrical impulses, where they originate from and where they go, and we've mapped them to the point that they can actually put stuff in there that will allow somebody that, in some cases, may not be able to speak properly due to neurological damage to recover. And part of this is through remapping those areas of the brain. We know where it's stored, we know how to do the remapping. This has actually been detected by neural scans, by watching the neural electrical impulses passing through the brain. We
Okay,
know where
so-
it's stored, we know how this is processed. This is a physical process that allows us to have the concept of these letters and these words.
Okay, two things about that. Firstly, you're only demonstrating that when the brain is damaged, our ability to relate these things and conceive them is injured. You haven't demonstrated that the brain actually stores all of that. Secondly, the neural binding problem demonstrates that your idea is false. You see, the brain has been completely mapped. Coas and Collins, 2003, Martinez and Condi et al., 2008. What they know now is that there is no part of the human brain that packages all of your senses as a cohesive movie for you to watch.
So
There
Well, that's
is-
because that's not the way it
It's
works.
with the
Now,
comparison.
wait, whoa.
There is no
Now, the
part of
thing
the
is,
brain that does that. So
That doesn't mean that it cannot function as a whole like that, because
if you're
contrary, because
No,
contrary,
wait, no.
just a second, no, wait, contrary, because contrary
you guys just not going around.
contrary to that, we have functional MRI scans of humans, and scientists have developed a algorithm based on that detection method to reconstruct an image that the humans are seeing reliably.
because
No,
the
not an
cited
image of
study,
it, no.
the cited
Electrical
study says there
activity
is no one part of the brain.
Electrical activity in the brain is all you're doing. You're
No.
not
The study you're
and yet-
referencing, and I've gone over this with you before, is that there's no one part of the brain.
Excuse me.
It's
So
diffused throughout the brain, is what that study showed. So stop
there is
misrepresenting it.
No, I didn't stop misrepresenting it. What you've demonstrated is that there's chemical activity involved in the relating of these things and the ability for a person to understand and relate these things. You have
No,
not
in the ability for people to have
you
the
have not
word.
demonstrated that immaterial things are produced by chemistry.
You haven't demonstrated immaterial things in the first place.
Wait, hold on. Immaterial, right, is an abstract thought of a human being to describe a non-local, okay? Can we just not talk word salad, please? It's just so annoying and frustrating. That
Science
saying
cannot
immaterial.
fully explain consciousness, Stiles.
Oh, no, that's not the point of the conversation.
It's very
Rev.
relevant. That's
No,
what
it's
Evan's
not,
talking
Rev.
about.
No.
Rev, it's not.
That's exactly the case.
Bullshit, dude. Can you explain the soul? Can you describe the nature of the soul, how it
We
functions?
can show
How
it.
does it give consciousness?
The mind and consciousness are not the same thing.
Art,
produce
can
the-
you
the
touch
evidence
can
of
you
it
touch a
by
color
what
on your computer screen right now without touching the screen?
Yeah, I can touch
what
the
is
thing
blue?
that represents the
I touch
color.
things
sure,
every
yeah.
day without touching them, for fuck's sake.
Actually,
magnetic
colors,
spectrum.
colors
hang on,
are
I can
actually
do that.
touching us.
Hang on, I can do that. I can actually fucking do that now.
Yeah, we all actually are. Colors are photons, and we are all being touched by colors in a sense.
Exactly. That's called qualia.
So
No,
here's
that's called
here's-
physics.
No. I can touch something on the other side of the room without even moving.
See, here's the
Yeah.
problem with the
Quanta,
neural binding.
actually.
It's the problem.
Quanta.
If you believe that all of your ability to conceive things, to recollect images like the apple in your mind that Rev pointed out, and whatnot, this requires for you to observe the apple. Well, let me finish, please, sir. For you to observe the apple and then it to be recorded in your brain is argument that purely physical chemical process was recorded an image of the apple in your brain.
It's not a physical image.
Now,
in
here's
your
the
brain,
thing.
Effie.
Here's the thing.
That's the point,
the
13.
neural binding. Hold on. The neural binding problem demonstrates to us that when you observe the apple, there is no part of your brain that's producing
No
the sensory
one
input
part.
of an apple. Right.
No one part
and-
is what it
and-
says.
And therefore, no, it says there is no part of the brain.
It
That's
says
right.
there is no one part.
That's
I
right.
remember reading the fucking paper with you
So there
ages
is
ago.
there's no connectivity between the different parts of the brain that is capable of putting together a cohesive visual experience. So
That's
when
not
you're
what the
what
study
you're arguing
said.
for, that's what the study said. I just pasted it.
Dude, we read the study with you before. We went over this. We spent 3 fucking hours on this shit once.
Denial of the damn study now. Okay, so here's the thing. If you're going to argue that everything you see and taste and smell and hear is recorded as some kind of a mapped image, a record in your brain, then the problem for you is because of the neural binding problem, we know that you should not even be able to perceive of it unless you had an immaterial component to your brain. Because
Okay,
your brain-
okay, hang on,
your
hang on.
brain-
Bold
I
claim.
heard
That's a
enough of
bold
this.
claim right
Because
there.
your
That's a
brain
bold claim.
doesn't-
Hang on a
Hey,
minute,
can we
Evan.
turn off
Evan,
Mr.
please,
Gish
please,
for a moment?
Stop.
Your
That's a
brain
bold claim. Let's address the claim you just made, shall we?
Okay,
so
I
the
remember
claim
going over
with-
this
the
study
claim is-
with him before. I remember actually going over this study with him before. And what it's saying is that there is no single part of the brain that creates an actual image. It's all throughout the brain is where these things come from. You can't say this comes from this one spot or this one spot. The way the processing is done is much more intricate than that.
Can I just-
It's
can I
not
just
that
say
there
that's-
is
can I
an
just-
image that comes up in one location.
No, that's a
Yeah,
face.
which by the way is perfectly consistent with a neural net
That's a
computation.
faith statement. That's a faith statement.
No, that's what the fucking paper said, you retard!
What in science demonstrates...
That's what the fucking paper said, dipshit, the one you keep citing. We spent 3 hours in a hangout about a year and a half ago explaining this to you.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna ask. Wait a second, I'm gonna let you say.
I'm gonna ask my question.
Dude, I'm gonna ask Shadow to bring
Demonstrate that various parts of the brain work together to produce a subjective experience. Nobody's ever.
Okay, can somebody look at the paper, please? Shadow, if you recall where.
Oh, I don't remember where the hell it was. I remember that it was brought up. Baba Booey and about a dozen other folks, including Jade, were all in the hangout, and we spent like 5 hours going through this crap.
we
That
have-
paper, when it was brought up, we spent
Evidence
at
for your
least
claim.
an hour on that, explaining to him. He was insisting that there's this magical thing called language that's independent of a brain, trying to explain to him what the words meant in the paper. It was fucking insane.
What we need is for you to be able to demonstrate to us, show us the medical science, the neuroscience that demonstrates the different parts of the brain work together to produce the subjective experience. That's not been documented by anyone.
That's the claim. So let's just contemplate for a moment that the claim is that you need something more than the brain to do that. Okay? So that's what we're talking about.
Now he says the paper demonstrates.
Please, Evan,
will you
please,
stop?
Evan,
You
stop
want a
talking
fucking
for a
article?
moment. I would really
Literally took me
appreciate
2
it.
seconds on Google. There we go. There's a fucking article. How we put a tiny fucking camera in a mouse's brain to see how memories form.
Right.
Trying to move it on.
Made the claim that the various parts of the brain work together to create the input, the sensory experience. And I'm asking.
Nev, Simon was speaking. Nev, Simon was speaking.
Evan, brother, take a
Shut the
breath.
fuck up.
Take a breath, Evan.
It's a fail, guys.
And I'm just trying to keep us on the topic here. Okay, the topic is about
he
the brain.
left.
Yeah, good.
Did somebody kick him or he leave?
I actually I was trying to mute him. I might have kicked him by mistake. If I did, I apologize.
Oh, you bad there. You bad there.
I might have kicked him by mistake, but I was trying to mute him
Can I
at that same time, so I don't know.
Say something.
Good. After you, Simon, I wanted to say good.
Yeah, just fucking blame 13.
God, there are 10 people in the fucking room. Let somebody talk sometime. Christ.
Simon wants to say something. Good, Simon.
I'm sorry. I'll try to.
Okay. So let's just get back to the topic, which is the brain and the mind. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, then. I need to say this. Well, even if you did actually try to kick him, 13, it's okay because I was about to kick his ass because, fuck, he's such a hypocrite.
No, I actually hadn't. I don't know whether I did or not, but I had intended
Okay,
to.
so he's not here now.
Wait. That's fine. That's fine. Hold on. No, I need to say this because this is live. He's free to respond in the comments, and he's free to come into my second hangout tomorrow, hopefully. Because I need to say this because what clearly happened there is we allowed him, even after our fucking objections, to read out the whole fucking list that he has of. Half of which is complete gibberish. It's
well,
not
he can come back.
Wait.
He can come back as Nephilim free.
Fine.
Stop interrupting each other, please.
Yeah, so we can do that. What would happen there is that we challenged him to prove one thing that is immaterial, after which only that could be a problem for a non-material worldview, which is what I hold and a lot of atheists hold. He did not ever do that.
I can do that for your art.
Well, okay, hold on. I'm pointing out his intellectual dishonesty. Just saying. Not that anybody doesn't know already, but yeah, so that it's clear. Because he was pretending afterwards that he somehow won here or something.
I want to hear what Rev has to say, though. I want to hear Rev's proof of this.
Yes, Simon, go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that, Rev. I really do. I'd like to get back to where we were initially before Nev started all this bullshit, right? Which is we were talking about the brain, okay, and the structure of the brain and how that is going to lead us to understand something about the mind. So can we please go back to that? Because that's the crucial thing about linking mind and brain, at least from our side of the perspective.
Cue Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
Howdy all. Sorry about that, my laptop decided to run out of power, so
damn it.
And then it decided to, anyway. Well, sorry, I was listening to the live, but it was probably about 30 seconds delayed, so I probably missed 30 seconds somewhere, but yeah, I guess what he was talking about was that there isn't a single part of the, well, what he's trying to say is there isn't a single part of the brain that sort of amalgamates everything together, or sort of, yeah, he's right, there isn't a single part of the brain. If you remember anything, you don't just remember something in isolation, you don't just remember the smell of something or the taste of the whatever. If you're remembering a meal, you remember everything, so it's not particular, exactly, it's a whole sensory experience. So the reason why what he was bringing up is there isn't one single unifying part of the brain that sort of does this. It's sort of an amalgamation of all the different parts of the brain, of all the different sensory experience that you experienced.
If I may for one moment, what Dave just said is what the study actually said, regardless of what Nephi was actually attempting to say.
Yeah, he's about 15 years behind because we've known this for. It's not as if it's breaking news found out this. It's. I mean, it kind of makes it's intuitively obvious that when you remember something that's different sensory organs, it kind of makes sense that there's different parts of the brain that do different things. You know, if you have damage in one part of your brain, then you can't do certain things. HM is probably one of the most famous example, or any number of examples where, or Phineas Gage is probably the famous example of, you know, railrod spike through the prefrontal cortex and it changed his personality. So it's if you have damage to the brain, you have damage to a certain function, and wherever the function is,
That's what
wherever
he was saying.
or whatever was.
That's what he exactly points out. Like
I was trying to allude to that. I, not too long ago, had a stroke. And there were a lot of really interesting things, because for me it was kind of a case study. It was fascinating, just inside my own head, because in addition to some cognitive damage, standard cognitive damage, there was also I lost the use of my left arm. Now, for the longest time I couldn't put my fingers together like this. They were always like this, and the reason why is because my brain was telling me that these fingers were in contact even when they weren't.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it was really a bizarre sensation. Is, you know, I'd look at my hand, I'm like, my fingers aren't touching. What's going on here? It was a lot of time to sit there to get those signals to send properly, because you're remapping neurons in your brain.
Yeah.
Because even though your mind, so to speak, is saying, okay, I want my hand to do this, your brain's trying to send the signals, but the signals aren't traveling properly.
Yeah.
The mind doesn't work without the brain. So even if you're going to posit that there's this somehow independent mind that's your spirit or whatever, it's so dependent on your brain and how your brain functions that it kind of renders it to the notion of irrelevancy. And if your quote-unquote soul is that dependent on the brain, then any reasonable quote-unquote divine character would understand that your soul is limited by the meat shell and wouldn't judge you based upon the limitations of that body or mind.
Exactly. And I mean, that is exactly the thing I went through when I was in hospital. It's like, my brain is doing this. As much as I wanted to do something completely different, it was just doing it by itself. That renders the whole notion of I am in control of my body completely fucking mute at that point. Trust me, I've been through like hours of pain. No matter what I thought, it was still firing on all cylinders. No drugs would stop that. That was until I got knocked out, obviously.
I want to welcome Slash. You know, you've been patient in here. Do you want to add anything to the conversation that you've heard so far?
Thanks, man. Can't really. I guess I wanted to dive into what you guys were talking about with that article. That's kind of what I was when I came in here. It was kind of a yelling match, but I didn't know what the article was about and all that.
Yeah, the article was saying that in terms of like visualization and this kind of stuff, there's no single part of the mind, or the brain if you prefer, that actually processes this input. It's diffused throughout the entire brain structure.
That's why
That's what the article actually said. Neffy was trying to claim that we have no idea how this works.
Well, we've actually found people with like basically half a brain who function perfectly well, and the missing half of what we would class as a normal brain, you know, mass-wise, and then they function perfectly normal, which is bizarre. You know?
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say it gets worse than that, touching on what you were saying before about how this has theological implications. In split brain patients, so basically you cut the corpus callosum, so basically you have two brains, which is, well, two hemispheres of a brain, and if you cut that, then half of it can be a theist and half of it can be an atheist. So if there is a soul, what does God do? Does he send half your brain to heaven and half your brain to hell? I know VS from a tangent.
Well, actually, yeah. So this is one of the biggest misconceptions I find with the conception of a soul in a very post-Cartesian, and by that I just mean after Descartes, kind of sense. You know, thinking that the soul is equivalent to the cogito, or that which does the, you know, kind of thinking and observation. Whereas if you look at the earlier tradition of the church, the more popular scholastic idea was the soul was the form of the body. And by form of the body, going back to Aristotelian modes of causality, there was the material cause, you know, the matter, that which something was made up of, but also the form of the body, you know, which is kind of like, go back to Plato's concept of the forms and then inherent the form within the thing itself. So our human, you know, that which makes us human. So it's not. So the soul wasn't necessarily the cogito. It was just your notion of humanness, or your capacity of being both rational and animal.
To be fair to us, though, Neff was operating on a different notion.
He was operating on the Cartesian dualistic notion of the soul. which I don't, which most which wasn't always
Well,
the
I think
idea held in Christianity.
if I was to be most generous, there would also be another thing, which he would be saying that this combined function of the different areas of the mind, that actual combination is immaterial. He's claiming.
Well,
I would
I
say he's trying to claim that because it's some kind of immaterial, therefore it's got to be God.
Well, I see the thing is,
Usual trick.
well, people who don't understand science will say immaterial just because you can't touch or feel it, right? This is what they think immaterial means, and immaterial is an
What he
abstract
was saying.
thought, you know. And this is the problem. Just because one can't touch or feel does not technically make it immaterial. Everything that we know is material. Even our thoughts are considered material because we can fucking measure them. It might make any sense to somebody, but we can measure them. We know they're there.
Yeah, a long time ago, I brought up the example to Nev of baking a cake, right? It's a process. It's a material process. And I challenged him because he said that because you cannot measure, weigh, taste, smell a thought, that therefore it's immaterial. Well, you cannot measure taste and smell baking a cake, right? Because it consists of interacting, physical entities that are different at any given point. It doesn't, not at all. I just proved that there's something physical.
Okay, well, Art, he's not here to answer this, so why are you bringing this
We
up?
already went through this 1,000 times. It's not like we're talking behind his back, dude. He's
Okay, all right. If he can come back in here, bring that up.
No,
hang on.
It's still the topic of the room, dude. It's just because he's not in here to hold the position doesn't mean that the
All right, so
actual
just
topic
talk
is
shit
invalid.
to him then. Just talk shit
Hang
about
on,
him.
please.
No one's talking
Let
shit
me.
about him, Rev. Come on,
Sty,
dude.
please. Hang on. I want to, Reb. I want to try and explain something to you pertaining to Nev. What will happen is, very often, you're sitting there, you're having your decent conversation, and he comes in always using the same tactics, and this frustrates people. Because it's not that we can't answer his questions, it's that he asks the question, and the moment somebody tries to answer, he starts asking the question and insists he's right and insists nobody can answer. And he does this time and time again, over and over again, to the point that people get so frustrated that you have no choice but to generally eject him from the room just so you can try and address what he was saying.
Yeah, the 100 points that he makes in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's from his time on Stickam.
But still, that doesn't excuse that. I mean,
No, I agree, and that's why I was saying to him, Neff, just take a breath. It's probably radio decorum, right?
Yeah. I'll give you credit for that. Yeah, you did it. But the thing is, we're not talking behind his back, right? As far as we know, he left on his own, and he does leave on his own many times. And he was scared. I would say
It was a mistake, but it was a simple mistake.
He's the.
Well, I clicked mute. I swear, I clicked mute, but I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, no one intentionally wanted to kick him out the room. It's just we wanted to slow it down so we could at least answer his bloody questions.
Neff is the perfect embodiment of a gish gallop. Really is.
Yeah, no, I kind of knew that I was winding him up by returning to one subject every time.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of one of those things. It's like, okay, let me answer your question. You can't answer my question. You can't. Well, let me try to answer. You can't answer it. Nobody knows this. Okay, well, the way that you go about this is you can't answer. It's like there's only so long somebody can put up with that.
Look how 13 is losing. He doesn't have a face.
And normally I'm very calm, but
look how he's talking. Look how he's talking about nonsense. He's losing.
Yeah, the only other person that can set me off like that's Stizor.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the most ironic part is, like, I thought I would probably get kicked by heathens before anybody else. I've just raised my fucking
You're in good behavior here. I'll give you credit for that.
As well, thanks, Sty.
Because it's an interesting conversation, and I know I could be all wacky and derail it, but yeah, it was a good conversation. I think he just needs to let other people speak, and that's coming from me, which is weird.
I'm still boggled how he cannot see his intellectual dishonesty. I mean, for fuck's sake, he read the whole fucking list, and he absolutely avoided proving any of that, anything that is actually there to be material.
He didn't even acknowledge, he just literally never answered your question. That's what
and in the spirit of the Gish Gallop, he had to go through this long list without us addressing any of them individually.
Right.
And Artie was
I just get the sense that he could be Elvis.
Probably.
Although the most interesting thing is, he didn't even go after. Did he actually touch on the ones that are most commonly credited as immaterial, like numbers or moral facts.
He went with that first. He did
He
not
went
actually
start
he
with
did the
numbers. Yes.
They were all man. He got a whole
they
bag of
started with
chemicals
numbers.
and threw it in there.
Yeah, but he never connected it really. He just basically asserted that, oh, hey, it requires a mind, therefore it's a problem.
Yeah,
Working why?
that's actually, I kind of consider it a even weirder thing than that because, he sits there and promotes us, numbers must come from a mind, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of gave it to him. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, sure. I mean, we humans sit there and we came up with these numeric systems so we can sit there and count things and quantify them and this and that. And he's like, see, they're from God. I'm like, I just said numbers are from humans. They're our invention.
Well, the thing is,
okay.
strictly speaking, numbers don't actually come from us. They actually, it's because we are pattern recognition little machines. We actually recognize patterns that are already there. It's just that no one that we know of came up with the idea. I wouldn't even say idea. No one's used this ability on the planet apart from us. Like cats don't go around counting fucking other cats. They just don't. But we have this capability of doing this stuff. That's
Right. Does that not refute pure materialism right there?
No. Hang on a second.
In fact, it enforces materialism because without having
Absolutely
materialism,
not. No. Okay, let me play Neff's role here. Okay. Where does the concept of two? Is the concept of two a material, physical thing?
Yes.
I can
wait. Yeah, we have to distinguish.
Please,
we have to
please.
One at a time.
One moment. I want to do the age-old tradition of answering that question with a question. How high can a dead man count?
Exactly. That further proves the point.
Okay, let me try.
No, it really doesn't. Now, the thing is, you're saying that these things, require a mind, blah, 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 and that the mind is somehow independent of the body, which is what was initially being claimed, that there's this mind independent of the body. If a dead man can't count, then it's dependent on the brain.
Mm-hmm.
And this mind is merely the product of the brain, that these things cannot exist without the brain. The
Okay,
dead
but
man cannot
that's
count.
dancing around the question, 13. The concept of two. Is it purely physical? Is that something that you can point to in the physical and say two-ness is there?
It cannot exist without the chemical processes in the brain. The dead man cannot count.
That's the point.
Okay, so
Can I cut through this about two? There's no such thing as two. It's a fiction.
No.
I agree.
It's a psychological construct, yeah.
So here's what I mean by fiction. So mathematical systems are rules. So when you set up a basic rules of axioms when you set up a basic set of rules, what follows from those rules are thus entailed. So when you set up the rules, you just follow them. This is why there are base 10 systems, base 3 systems, base whatever. And they're fictions. And they're fictions because they don't have a truth maker out there. But the reason we use mathematics is because we keep it around, and it's a very useful fiction. We use it as kind of a tool. In the same sense we'd use hammers, nails, or anything else.
Well,
but
close.
to state that these things don't require a degree of physicality, if that were the case, then the dead man could still count.
The universe would still exist without us, and that the entire understanding of mathematics would still exist in the universe because it would be intrinsic in nature for it to be there.
I think
just because you separate us from the equation doesn't mean that somehow a mind that controls it, because that's ridiculous.
And at the end of
it's the pattern recognition thing, right?
Exactly.
So the patterns are there, right? We can all agree the patterns are there in nature. I mean, a tree is a tree without a human being.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know the patterns there. So again, if you think about it in terms of patterns, then is there a pattern that describes all patterns?
No.
Probably in some wacky ways. We have to plan it.
It turns out
the spirit science thinks so.
It turns out it doesn't exist in nature, but nonetheless, we can draw an abstract concept which does describe all patterns.
Yeah.
So, Ref, did we answer your question there?
No.
Okay, let me try then, a bit differently. Even though I think Maximus covered it well. So the way I view numbers is that they are fictional. Wait, hold on, Maximus, damn it! Okay. I was dying to explain this.
Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
So yeah, I agree. They're fictional in a sense that they're not entities to themselves. They don't exist somewhere. They're ideas. So basically, what 2 is when we have a volume of 1 and 1 together, right? We have a object, another object together. That's what we call 2. Then there's the objects
Right.
themselves, which is the volumes of things, right? And it still follows that without the mind, there would still be these 2 objects, right? Nobody in the universe could say that there are 2 objects. However, for the sake of clarity, I am calling them still 2 because
That's what I'm talking about. The essence of 2. The essence of 2.
There's no.
How is that the essence of 2?
Yes, it is.
There's no essence there. What's the essence?
It's a concept of 2. The concept of 2.
I've made it up.
The concept of 2 is not a physical thing, Art. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what Neff's trying to tell you.
You're begging a question because you don't believe there is.
I am begging the question, but that's another issue.
Wait, Rev. Neither is Spider-Man is also not a physical thing. He's a fiction, just like 2 is.
Max, are you really doing that?
Yeah, he is.
Yes, I am. That's the
So
definition of a
Jesus is
fiction.
Spider-Man, right?
No,
I
Jesus
never
was
said,
Spider-Man.
what? No, I never said Jesus was
That's
Spider-Man.
not what he was saying.
Yeah, that's not the point, Raphael.
Really not where he was going with that, I can promise you.
I would like Jesus to be Spider-Man. At least it'd be good. It'd be a better movie than, let's say, Ben Air or some shit.
All right, so that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying God doesn't exist in the same sense Jesus exists. I'm saying that the number 2 is a fiction. It's something that has no truth maker. Whenever you reference the number 2, there is nothing quote unquote true about it. It's a fiction, just like Spider-Man is. But we can say some things about the fiction which sound truer than others. Like, for example, if I were to say Spider-Man lives in New York, Spider-Man doesn't live anywhere. He's fictional. But according to the fiction that is Spider-Man comics, he lives in New York over Pittsburgh. So I'm saying, according to the fiction of mathematics, 2 plus 2 equals 4. The fiction of mathematics in the base 10 system, 2 plus 2 equals 4, that is a true statement because I'm referring to the rules of mathematics in terms of what they bring up in its own kind of insular world.
Now I know where you're getting at. Now I know what you're getting at. So can we all agree that mathematics is real?
No. No, I wouldn't say it's real.
The concept that we
exactly.
But you can't apply math to, let's say, an object in the sense like we have an object called math. That's not what math is. Math is a conceptual thing. That exactly what Maximus said. It is a fiction, right? But we know in the narrative it's true. That's why we use it because for us we understand the universe in that way. We don't have any other way to say this is 1 and this is 2. If you can come up with some other crazy idea, then we probably use that. But
Okay,
I would say that mathematics isn't a fiction. I would say that mathematics is intangible. It's not something we can put our hands on. Simon, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, if I may. One of the things, or one of the points about using mathematics to do with reality is that in order for it to be true, we need limits. We need to set limits for the mathematics. Okay, and that shows you something, which is the reality of mathematics is dependent upon limits.
Yes, we are.
And those limits are based pretty much around the axioms, or they're to do
the thing
initially
is,
with the axioms.
If I can jump at something a little bit different, we have this notion of this thing that we refer to as the color blue. Now, if you're looking at the light spectrum and you break it up, there is an area that we would define as being blue. Now, it's not one specific point that we have blue here, we have yellow here, we have green here. That's not how it works. It just kind of fades from one to the next. But we have defined everything within this range as being blue. This is our definition of it. Now, external of us declaring that to be the case, that part of the spectrum would very much still exist. But the term that we use, blue, the definition we use, that it's anything within this portion of that actual visible spectrum that's visible to humans, these are just our definitions that we put in there. Much as the case with these numbers are just definitions we use for the sake of being able to communicate things to each other. In the case of numbers, also being able to count things. Yeah, this is qualia. Now, without the existence of us humans to assign these somewhat arbitrary words and descriptions, these things would still exist with or without a mind to conceptualize them.
By the way, qualia thing, I would have to disagree with you on that, Shadow. I don't believe it.
No, I'm okay to go with qualia because, this is how one experiences things. If somebody's colorblind, somebody's going to see these colors differently.
Yeah, but usually qualia is proposed as something immaterial into itself. It's like, yeah.
Well, the thing is, I consider, experiential things, as qualia, the emotional state, how something makes you think and feel and react and this kind of stuff. When I'm speaking of qualia, I'm speaking more of that, not that this thing is somehow completely intangible.
Yeah, but I think the notion of immaterial, I think it's a very loosely term that theists use to describe a non-thing, right? And it's like when you do mathematics, an infinite amount of things that's a concept in of itself. You couldn't count to infinity because that doesn't apply to infinity. And when they're saying immaterial is something that is the opposite, basically, of the material universe, we can only think of that. We can't actually qualify it in the universe in which we live in, because it would be the exact opposite of the universe. The universe itself is material, whether you like it or not. Even if it seems bizarre, it's still material.
The thing is, the ability to do things like speak and say words, and to call something blue, for example. Yeah. This requires certain parts of the brain, because we need to have the linguistic center of the brain. We need to have the recollection of actually perceiving it, these kind of things. All the things that serve that bring in all your very sensory perceptions.
Exactly.
Now, for some people, they might think of the color blue and immediately smell blueberries. For somebody else, it might be something else that they actually first come across, some kind of flower or what have you. These memories and these thoughts of these things, these, so to speak, concepts, are linked to different things for different people. These aren't things that are, objective, this is the one, dum-dum-dum, because perceptually there is variance there. Now, numbers are a little bit easier, but still it depends on that linguistics, as well as what base you're operating from. If you're going with hexadecimal-based operations, 5 plus 5 is A.
Exactly.
Well, should we talk about Jennifer Aniston here?
No.
What?
I don't know, Dave. Do you know?
This is why. This is why we should not trust our five senses 100%, right? This is why science might just be wrong in some of the things that they say.
But it says science is absolute, or that senses are totally reliable.
Right. Science never. Yeah, but science isn't about being right or wrong. Science is trying to figure out what we know to be as a standard in a sense of objective. Right? It's not trying to say, well, that's why I get hung up on theists and atheists sometimes. Not everyone does it, but people who do try and use science to go, well, therefore there's no God because science is empirical. That's not science's job. Science is only to go, this is what we're experiencing. Is it true for everybody? Is this something that we can all agree on? That's what it tries to do. It doesn't try and claim that God doesn't or does exist. That's just not what science's job is.
Well said, Ty.
Actually, if I could jump in for a quick second on the whole trusting one's senses thing, especially because Dave said something in the sidebar. Right after I had my stroke. Now, when this last stroke hit me, yeah, I lost control of my arm, but there were other areas of my brain that were hit too, and among those were the very different, these are nerves inside the brain, these are primary nerves. It was 3, 4, and 6 were hit. Now this controls the movement of your eyes, the constriction of your iris, as well as the rudimentary how you process that initial input from your eyes. Now, I at one point was sitting there and I looked down the street and there were no cars coming, and my wife grabbed my arm to keep me from walking out in front of a car that I looked right at, but my brain did not process that input. We went to Starbucks later. We got some Starbucks, went up to the room, I put the coffee cup down, and the top of the lid was all solid plastic. There was no hole, and I looked at her and said, there's no hole. She rotated about 15 degrees. Oh, look, I see it now. Now, the thing is, well, we can show that our senses aren't necessarily reliable, and they are very much limited in terms of things like how much of the spectrum we can see and things like this, as well as how much of whatever we're perceiving, whether regardless of the sense, is actually processed, and how much of that we retain in all these other things. The issue is that it's not accurate enough. So the way that we find out more about things is to make machines that do not have that subjective quality to them, so that these things can be more accurate than our mere senses are. And this is the kind of thing that science does.
Because it doesn't require bias. That's exactly right. This is the point. A biased opinion is what we think we want it to be, whereas if we have scientific instruments, they will say, well, as much as you like to think this is the case, it's not. You know, and we've done that with plenty of experiments.
In essence, the role of science is the same role my wife was playing when she rotated the coffee cup.
Yeah.
Mm.
Show you a different perspective, so to speak, whether you agree with it or not.
Oh, dude, Dave, you did false memory research?
I did, yeah.
Oh man, we're gonna have a talk about that. I did a thing about that ages ago.
Well, actually, if you look up to the Japanese article I posted, they can actually put them in rats and stuff. Or they studied it. And in fact, the Japanese doing crazy things with minds. They photographed people's brains and showed that you can actually show a blurry image of a dream that is more or less what the person was dreaming. You know, the mind is not as special or as woolly as we think. I mean, you got to admit, look, we live in 2016. You know, I was laughing at some comedian was like, well, I would believe the stuff of Jesus and all that stuff if we didn't have iPhones, iPods, you know, we could fly to other countries willy-nilly. You know, these guys are like, no, they're stupid.
Could I ask about this false memory business? Could you tell me about that?
This
I don't know much
it was
about
in
it.
part a big thing that came up a while ago. What happened was through things like hypnotism and what was happening for a period of time. I think it was, I'm sure Dave will correct me, I think it was in the late 80s, early 90s. In things like hypnotherapy, they were actually essentially implanting false memories in people's heads. It's really cool. Anyway, I'll step aside.
Yeah, if anyone wants to research this, it was called the Memory Wars, and you're right, it was the 1990s. So basically, what was happening is people went into therapy, kind of depressed or whatever they were, and saying, "I'm feeling a bit depressed. Can you help me out?" I'm paraphrasing what. Yeah, this is a parody of what happened, but you can sort of get your head around what happened. And they were saying, "Okay, so we'll hypnotize you, and then we'll ask you some questions, and then see what happens." So what they do is then say, for example, is there any period of your life that you don't really remember and it's kind of fuzzy and or something about your childhood? And then basically what they unintentionally do is sort of implant false memories of sort of well, it wouldn't start off with abuse, but kind of neglect and so on, and then it would kind of escalate, and then they'd have a fully fledged memory of something that never happened, of some sort of abuse that never happened, and basically the memory wars were the conflict between clinicians and researchers regarding whether memories can be repressed or not. The idea of repressed memories is probably something that most people are familiar with, this Freudian concept that we have memories that we can no longer access because they're so traumatic that we sort of push them deep down into our subconscious somewhere.
But if I may for one moment, though, what they essentially found, as much as in the case of that coffee cup, then when I was looking at the top of it, the entire thing was flat plastic and there was no hole. Your brain fills in the gaps somewhat arbitrarily, and it's almost, in the case of that, it was, in terms of the vision, it was just basically like filling it in with whatever was closest to it.
Yeah, your brain actually can.
So it's kind of a similar process with memories in that, people start saying, okay, well, did this ever happen to you, that ever happened to you, and you don't have the memory, and your brain starts just filling in the gaps, and it's easy for somebody to basically slide falsities in there.
Well, it's actually how your eyeballs work. Your eyeballs do the exact same thing in milliseconds. Well, in fact, less than milliseconds. It can only see a very small portion of what the eyeball's looking at. The rest of it, actually, your brain implants in the same system and says, no, that's what you're going to see now. So exactly what you were saying, your brain's gone, no, it's literally got a lid on it, and your eyeballs are sending the message, no, it hasn't, but your brain isn't doing that job. It's filling it in with other stuff. Like I can't
normally the part of the image that's filled in is fairly, it's just this little part, that blind spot that's not processed. But in my case, the blind spot went from this big to this big. It's like this entire part of my field of vision was just gone.
Yeah, but your brain made up for it and was like, no, I'll put this in for now. That'll do.
Oh, don't worry, the street's empty. Yeah, don't worry about it. There's no cars. No. You don't need to see that. Not important.
So what was it, neglect? I'm just wondering. Or was it cortical blindness? Or sorry, I'm a bit of a geek.
And what happened? I had a stroke.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
Yeah, I had plaque built up, and it was basically the main little thing going up here, and inside the brain just went, nope, black, sorry. A little bit broke free, floated downriver, and lost the use of an arm, and got my eye all jacked up.
And that's why, kids, you should always brush your teeth.
Brush your brain. Stick a toothbrush up your nose, brush your brain.
See, brainwashing's where it's at.
Huh?
Yeah.
But, yeah, sorry. I guess yeah, with the false memory thing. Yeah, the other thing is what I was interested in is false autobiographical memory. So memories of things that happened to you rather than sort of like.
Or like that guy got sacked from the news. He said, "Oh yeah, we got hit by a fucking a rocket." Oh, really? It didn't happen? Oh, sorry, I just spent the past year saying that it did. My bad. False memory.
Oh yeah, I think there was another one. The story of George Bush's memory of 9/11 is completely different to what actually happened. So even the president, might. Well, I mean, everyone's susceptible to it. I just thought it was a very nice illustration. Actually, no, my favourite illustration is there was a guy called Donald Thompson who was a psychologist in I think Australia. This is more about eyewitness testimony than false memory, but it sort of links to the same thing. And he was doing a debate discussion. I don't know really what it was, but about the reliability of eyewitness testimony. He's a psychologist. And the next morning, he was arrested under suspicion of rape. Okay, there is a happy ending to this kind of, and so basically, they said you've been charged for rape from last night, and he's like, well, hang on a minute, I was on live television last night discussing, you can watch the tape, I was there, and basically what happened was the woman was raped during the television broadcast, and she kind of confused the attacker with the guy on the television. So he had the most perfect alibi of I was on live television at the time discussing how bad my eyewitness testimony is, and then the next morning I was accused of being a rapist when I was so yeah, Donald Thompson, if anyone wants to look more into that, it's the most poetic illustration of how bad eyewitness testimony
and
is.
also very interesting when it comes to the psychology of human beings.
Oh yeah.
In terms of false memory syndrome, I actually started looking into that while I was going and encountering Scientology back in the day. But a while after that, I had some friends of mine that were giving me a hard time, saying, you should write your life story. So I'm like, kind of. So I sat down and very kind of tongue-in-cheek, having a little bit of fun with it. But as I was going through and trying to recall my earliest memories, I'm sitting there going, okay, I know this didn't happen. I know this didn't happen. I called my parents at one point. I'm like, okay, did this happen? No. Well, do you remember it? And they gave me their recollection. But a lot of this was trying to rebuild all these old memories. And the thing that really struck me is how unreliable it was, because I started to figure out, okay, one of them, for example, I have a memory of being in my crib as a child. And this dark shadow appears in the doorway. And the door kind of creeps open a little bit more, and I start screaming and yelling, and my mother comes up and turns on the light and checks on me, and everything's fine. Then she goes back downstairs, and I hear the thump, 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 thump. Then there's this shadowy figure looking in the door again, and the door opens a little bit more. This goes on 3 or 4 times. Now, this is incredibly vivid memory. There was this shadow standing there. It wasn't a person. It was just a shadow, and I kind of shifted a little bit, this and that. And then by the end of the memory, this thing comes into the room, puts his hands around my neck, and kills me. This is clearly not a legitimate memory, but the actual memory of the event and recurrent nightmares got mixed up in my head while trying to recall it.
Yeah,
But the fiction is more real in terms of the memory, the feeling of the quality of the memory, than the reality.
Yeah, I think again, if someone's interested in this, it's called source monitoring error or source monitoring. It's a framework. So basically, we forget the source of our memory, so we kind of incorporate it with dreams or conversations. So for example, I might have a conversation of, remember when I'm trying to think of a dream I've had recently, when I did that weird thing, and you said, no, Dave, that was a dream, or that was a picture rather than that. So yeah, we do have this sort of we amalgamate these sort of things from other experience or conversations or dreams or whatever, and they become real, and then you forget what the actual sort of, it's like taking a picture of a picture of a picture. You kind of forget what the actual original was. So you sort of the common denominator is completely different just by the fact you keep changing it in your mind, and you don't realize it. That's the problem, that unless you have something you can objectively say this is what happened, you kind of convince yourself that's what happened because of the fact you've convinced yourself because you've rehearsed it so many times. It's also why lies are more consistent, because you kind of retell the story over and over again. Most people think lies become less consistent, but the more you rehearse something, the more sort of fluidly. It's why actors look so effortless, because they learn the lie so well, whereas me as an actor would be terrible because I just don't, that sort of thing. But
quick question about this. False memories, are they? It seems to me the examples that usually are given for them tend to happen in very extreme situations, such as the one you gave about the woman who was being raped and, of course, misremembered because of how traumatic the experience was. But how common is memory failure in mundane life?
I would actually argue. I was going to say, I'd actually argue all memories are kind of, in a way, false memories, in that no memory we have is the actual, what actually happened. Okay, this conversation, when I remember this conversation, I'll remember me as this sort of uber-rational, intelligent, amazing person, and Nephilim Free as being an incompetent boob. Granted, that's a true memory, but, you know.
Bad example.
I would say it's very common. I would say exactly what Dave was saying. I think we rationalize memories because they are so abstract to try and pin down. You know, I've had conversations where, oh yeah, this, and then someone's like, no, that's just not what happened. I'm like, oh really? What did happen? And they would recollect what they think is maybe true or not. They'd be maybe more precise in the recollection of it, but yeah, I think it takes a group of people to recollect something that was maybe closer to the truth than one person going, yeah, this is definitely what happened there.
Well, actually, no. It tends to be the other way around. What happens is you start taking other people's accounts on hand and you start incorporating them into your memory. Other people's accounts will affect your recollection.
Yeah, people have memories of...
That's what I'm saying. No, I'm kind of agreeing with that. I'm just saying it's like for me when I was in the hospital, I can account for the pain and the madness, but I can't really account for the time. You know, I can only go to specific points where I can remember that's funny because the last time that happened to me, this time I specifically said, give me the drugs anyway because they're not going to help. It'll just make me feel better. Not that they help, but the first time I was like, give me morphine, it may help. Like literally I was dependent on this drug to take away the pain. And the next time I went in, I remember specifically stating the point that they're useless to the pain, but I want them anyway because it just might make me feel better. Which they didn't, but oh well. I guess. I don't know. But I can remember that specifically because it was funny. Don't remember the rest of it really that well.
Yeah, the reliability of memory is really crap, especially long term.
And yeah, I guess to answer your question in a roundabout way, it's hard to actually say how many memories are false memories unless you can sort of corroborate with someone else. But if they've also got a false memory, it's sort of, you know, it's like us all asking to draw a picture of a pixie. If we don't have a pixie to compare it against, we can't say how reliable it is. So we need this sort of objective measure of what actually happened in our memory. So it's like comparing it to. I think the way to think about memory is like it's instead of watching a film and it's just like not one continuous, but you know the event happens. No matter how many times I watch the same film, it'll be exactly the same. Memory is more like watching a play over successive nights. It's the same kind of story, but you know, obviously in different versions of the play, they'll emphasize different words and different things like that. So it's constructed and reconstructed rather than this sort of video that we sort of.
I think you made a good point, Dave, before, and so did Heathen, where if you think about the brain, the way it has to amalgamate everything into, let's say, a concept or an idea, /memory or whatever, if you think about that, then it would be weird. It can't be the same because we're remembering so many different things at one specific point that would give us technically a false impression. Not totally, but it would kind of induce that kind of weirdness.
Every time when you remember something, it's not like you go to some data bank and pull out a record. Exactly. What it is it's trying to recreate the event or recreate, you know, the visualization or whatever it happens to be. It's recreating all this pretty much from scratch. It's calling on things out of the proverbial memory banks, but the memory banks don't store it that way. They don't say, okay, here is a direct record of this or that. It pulls from all these different areas and just kind of clumps it together and you end up with stew.
And I've kind of got back to that area of research now in task switching, which is basically about memory traces. So do memories like decay into the brain somewhere, they get stored in the back of the brain and just sort of get forgotten about, or is it interference? So is it still in there somewhere? Is it just sort of getting drowned out by all the noise? It's really I don't want to give it away because the paper's being written at the moment. So if someone could steal the idea, because my supervisor is incredibly paranoid about that.
Well, I have a little thought on that. I would say that the brain doesn't hold them, like Tegan was saying, in some box or something. I would say that somehow, because we live in a quantum universe, I am going to use the quantum word. I don't know if people don't.
Oh, you dropped the quantum bomb.
But what I would say is that what I would suggest is the brain's always capable of remembering stuff. It's just somehow that's how we work. But I think the stimuli doesn't actually come from ourselves. I think it actually comes from the environment. I think we are dependent on the environment for our stuff as much as the brain is. I think it's a symbiotic system in the sense that without the environment we couldn't do what we do. So therefore we rely on it to give it, like when you've heard a tune, right?
I
You can't
think I
remember the
disagree.
fucking name of the song, but it's there. It's spinning around in your head. The only way I get around that problem is to fucking put
I
YouTube
think
on
I
it.
disagree, but with the roundabout way you went explaining your point, I'm not positive. Now, being somebody that recently had cognitive damage, I have a not unique, but different perspective of this kind of thing. Because with that, for example, very shortly after the stroke, a couple friends of mine, Brian and Exiled on here, they got married, and I was supposed to be simulcasting the wedding. And this was through doing a basic virtual audio cable. It's kind of conceptual, you know what sound you have to route here and there and all this other stuff. And I'd done this probably a good solid 50 times at least prior to this. But that information wasn't there. Now, technically speaking, it was still there. It was in my brain somewhere. There was just no way to call on it. There was something, due to the damage, I couldn't get to that information.
Yeah.
Now I know how to do it again, and it wasn't that I had to relearn it. It's that those neurons had to reattach, so to speak, I guess is one way to try to put it, although that's not technically what's happening in there. But essentially, the signals weren't getting where they were trying to go. And until those connections were reformed, I couldn't get to that information. But it was there. It was frustrating. It's like, I can't get there. And that wasn't the only thing. A number of other things, too. It was just like, information is not getting from point A to point B. And that was really distressing because I'm like, I know that this is in there. Where is it?
Well, that's my point. It's like, it's there. It's just, I think that outside, externally to us, I think external is very important. We don't live in I would say, a closed system in regards to how we operate as things or entities, whatever you want to call us, inside of a universe. I think it ignores what we are. Like some people say, well, you can't have, God, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying, look, if the universe is the way it is, then we are a function of the said system. There's nothing wrong with taking that approach to say
I'm not saying that we sit in isolation from everything around us.
No, but we still require input. It does. I mean, I can understand your point of being broken from the inside. That I can totally accept that. Well, not broken, but shit ain't working the way.
No, it was broken from the inside. That's completely fair. At that point, I was broken from the inside.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the external still helped you fix the inside. I think, myself personally, I think it does help because you're still trying and you're still alive, so to speak. So your neurons actually connect because you are still functioning. That requires an input of some kind, regardless of whether it's just doing its job. I think it's.
But there are still some things I used to be able to do before that I don't have access to right now.
Yeah.
And what was interesting is it took forging new neural pathways to get those old ones to reconnect.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's still there, but it's how it goes about doing it. I would say external does help though, because that's where you get therapy. Some people require outside help, external from oneself, to induce maybe that repair system.
Yeah, the cognitive therapy was crap. Anyway.
Yeah. It still made you laugh though, right?
No. Okay, I had the physical therapist and the cognitive therapist. Now, mind you, while I was sitting there trying to get better, I was working, 6 to 18 hours a day trying to get my hand movement back. And the physical therapist turned to me one day and said, well, with how quickly your hands recovered, I guess you could call it miraculous. I'm like, I've been working 8 to 16 hours a day on this. How's that? It qualifies a freaking miracle, lady.
Yeah.
And the cognitive therapist, on the other hand, I'm sitting there and I decided, okay, I'd never played Minecraft before. I knew a bunch of people that did. I'm like, sure, I'll learn something new, because the kind of things I was having problems with was, mental mapping of things and, these kind of things, figuring out how to get things to work. And basically the mechanical reasoning had been screwed up, which was always a big thing with me,